And now the forecast from the Met Office, it's going to be very warm. Hang on a minute, I haven't finished yet. It's going to be very warm next year.
Oh, fabulous.
The year 2021. In the year 2021. Everybody sing. The year 2021 is going to be... write that down and look at it. Doesn't that look like a fantastic year? I know I said this, the very same thing this time last year, that write down 2020. Doesn't that look great?
Affirmative.
Doesn't that look like it's going to be an auspicious occasion? The occasion of the ticking over to 2020?
Correct.
Looks great. On paper. Next year is going to be super fantastic. I betcha. It's going to be worse than this year. It's just that we pass a line in space, because that's what it is, isn't it? We're hurtling towards that line. We can see it from here, and as soon as we get over it, then for some random reason, because the shortest day is on the 21st, so it's near, but not actually on. Figure that out. Should be the 21st. As you come back around the dark side of the sun, which is a scientific fact, by the way, it's the dark side of the sun, and then you emerge into the light. So it's near, but not quite at the shortest day. But it's just a line in space that we hurtle through, and then we've decided that over the other side of the line, things are going to be great. It's going to be a new year, a new you. No, it's not. It's going to be the same blooming thing for another 12 months. Still, never mind, eh? The year 2021 is going to be one of the hottest on Earth. That's what meteorological forecasters are predicting. It's going to be one of the hottest on Earth since we were ejected from Big Bang and flung across the expanding universe, a fireball careening through the inky blackness at the speed of light. Despite the cooling influence of La Niña, which is, I don't know, wind or something. It's a wind or a wave or something. I don't know. Look it up. I'm not going to. Homework? Oh, but sir... It's Christmas. Despite the cooling influence of La Niña, according to a new forecast from the Met Office, yes. What? It's going to be the hottest year. It's going to be, does this make sense yet?
No.
It's going to be the hottest year ever next year. Despite the cooling influence of La Niña. Is it getting close to making sense yet?
No.
Despite the cooling influence of La Niña, it's going to be the hottest year on Earth ever. There you go. That makes sense, don't it?
Yes.
La Niña is a periodic natural weather phenomenon which can have a dampening effect on global temperatures. Isn't this educational?
No.
Even though 2021 is a La Niña year, which is a periodic natural weather phenomenon that can have a dampening effect on global temperatures, the overwhelming influence of human-caused global heating means that it's still likely to be one of the hottest in history. Human beings, eh?
No!
Next year is likely to be the 7th in a row when global temperatures are around 1 degree centigrade or more above pre-industrial levels. The 7th year in a row when global temperatures are around 1 centigrade or more above pre-industrial levels. Which doesn't sound so bad, except when I say it. It doesn't sound so bad when you see it written down, 1 centigrade, but it sounds like this when you say it out loud. 2020 is likely to either be the hottest or the second hottest year ever. And the 7 years from 2015 to 2021 will be the 7 hottest years on record, according to the Meteorological Office. But as they are just experts in possession of facts, no one is remotely interested in anything they have to say. Dr. Doug, a climate scientist, said since 2015 we've had a run of the hottest years on record. There was a long period where 1998 was the hottest year on record. But that's been eclipsed now by the recent run of global temperatures that we've seen. The year 2016 is currently the hottest since reliable records began. However, it is possible that this year, which is not quite over yet, will edge ahead of 2016 to take the top spot by the end of December, according to the latest data. It'll be Christmas #1. I feel like I should be playing At the Sign of the Swinging Cymbal. Get Alan Freeman on the phone and he'll do us a countdown. He's not picking up? keep trying. I tweeted that, by the way. I came across that on the World Wide Wait, and I tweeted it out today. Oh, how fantastic to hear that song. Da 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 da. All right. Still missing you, Alan. Anyway, back to this blighted year. Early rain clearing southeast tomorrow, then bands of blustery showers. So to recap, that's rain followed by not quite so heavy rain. Also windy and less mild, or as it's known in scientific circles, colder. Outlook from Sunday to Tuesday. Sunshine and showers, strong winds for England, turning colder. Would you like to know the long-range weather forecast for Christmas and up to the second week in January?
No.
For the rest of the month, outbreaks of heavy rain in the south at the beginning of this period, after which a ridge of high pressure is expected to bring cold conditions for the rest of the year, with many southern and western parts becoming predominantly dry and settled. And I hope that your parts will be dry and settled. But even though Glasgow is a western part, dry and settled is probably not on your horizon. I'll just check while you wait. It's a no. It's raining right now in Glasgow, I think you'll find.
Correct.
It's raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and what? Not raining on Wednesday? Pfft, rubbish. Or Thursday? Come off it. But then normal services resumed. It'll be raining on Friday and raining on Saturday and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining every day for the rest of your lives. Oh, well, never mind. You knew what you were voting for when you lived there in the first place. You only got yourselves to blame. The north and east, this is up to the end of this month, the north and the east seeing the greatest chance of showers might fall as snow in places. It might actually be a white Christmas.
Groovy.
And the first 2 weeks of what is bound to be a fantastic year. I mean, why wouldn't it be? I mean, all the bad stuff's happened in 2020, hasn't it? We're fresh out of bad things to happen, aren't we?
No.
No. So this is the forecast for January the 1st to the 16th. Dry but cold weather for many parts. Wetter weather, most likely in the south and the east at first, then colder than average. Towards mid-January, a gradual change to more unsettled conditions, bringing milder temperatures. Milder temperatures? We'll take it! Jen tweets, we've already had our Christmas dinner delivered, Nick. We're having it early tomorrow, as per your instruction. Well, that's a good idea. There you are, you see. Is our people learning?
Yes.
I'm going to have my Christmas dinner on Tuesday, and I recommend that you do the same. Do all of your shopping a week ahead of everybody else. Cook your meal a week ahead of everybody else, or a couple of days at least, and then you can put your feet up, relax, and congratulate yourself on a job well done, while everybody else is running around, pulling their hair out, screaming. It feels really good every year. I recommend it. Because it's not actually Jesus' birthday on the 25th. They just picked it because it was, some sort of pagan do. They were having a party. And they thought, all right, that day then. They just picked it at random. I think you'll find that is accurate. So it doesn't have to be on the 25th. I mean, there's no good TV on the 25th to work your day around. It's all rubbish. Apart from you-know-who. Me husband and me. And she'll be sitting in front of a Christmas tree that has been delivered, freshly decorated, that day. And as soon as she stops speaking, they'll take it away again. That stuff doesn't stay there. It's set dressing. And, of course, the nation will be agog on the edge of our seats to see whether there's a picture of Meghan and Harry on the solid gold piano.
Want to score some pot?
This says, relaxing rules for Christmas is Cheltenham Race Fest all over again, only this time on a national scale. Utter insanity. Yeah. It is. Well, there's no way around it. It just doesn't make any sense. If you're a lockdown enthusiast, it doesn't make any sense. And if you're a lockdown skeptic, it doesn't make any sense either. Because the government is enthusiastic about it, but they're letting us all off the hook for a matter of days to, get a smacker on the lips from Granny. So it doesn't matter which way you look at it, it makes no sense at all. And they're doing it because it would be politically difficult to cancel people's Christmas. So they're not following the science. That's misinformation. Liar! The science says cancel Christmas. And the politicians say, nobody will vote Tory again if we do that. So we'll just forget the science and pretend that the virus isn't out there, and we'll let everybody sing songs and pull crackers around the Christmas table. Helen texts, if 2019 was all about the B word... Oh, yeah, the B word, that B word. Have they done a deal yet?
No.
She said, if 2019... It's all about fish. Oh, for crying out loud. People and their blooming fish. It's about flag-waving, ruling the waves. You know, Britannia and all that. When the map was pink and we mattered, we were something other than a giant tax avoidance racket off the coast of Europe. If 2019 was all about the B word, says Helen, and 2020 has been dominated by the C word, what's the D word of 2021 going to be? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, B, C. Are you detecting a pattern here?
No.
I mean, usually there's all sorts of cute stories that people can come up with. Nothing occurs to me off the top of my head. Well, apart from that bloke who says, don't you know who I am? Do you remember that guy? Enormous guy who was squeezed into that tiny car who was having a row with a moped rider. Do you remember that? That was from a couple of years ago. It was one of those viruses. No, it was one of those, see, got virus on the brain. Ronnie Pickering is the right answer. How did you remember that?
Everyone knows him.
Genius boy. Ronnie, don't you know who I am? No, who are you? Ronnie Pickering. Who's Ronnie Pickering? I am. One of the best videos of all time. How that guy is not a star, I don't know. He was a star up his manor for a little while there, and then he has to live the rest of his life as an also-ran. Didn't you used to be Ronnie Pickering? But there hasn't been anything like that this year, unless I missed it. It's just been a blooming virus over and over and over and over again.
Boring!
So that's what people will be waiting for.
Is he crazy, or is that just the way he acts?
No crazier than you orange numpty.
Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk to... I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
Jen tweets... Oh, no, I read that. She's still had her Christmas dinner, by the way. Oh, no, she's had it delivered and she's having it early tomorrow. This says, relaxing rules for Christmas, and I've read that too. Oh, God, I'm way ahead of schedule. Stephen Upminster says, I remember the Saturday afternoon Alan Freeman show very well. He'd often play new albums from the likes of Pink Floyd and Joe Walsh in their entirety. Was he great? Not half. Stay bright. I remember him playing Wish You Were Here before it came out. I was in the car being driven up to Hill End in Edinburgh to go skiing. Which is where I live. Well, I didn't live at Hill End, but I lived in Edinburgh. And, I was getting, I can't remember whether it was my mum or my dad. Anyway, she driving up, he or she, driving me up there. And part of the way there, Alan Freeman said, he sort of warned us ahead of time that there were some, odd things in it that might make it sound as though your radio had gone on the blink. Just stick with it. And so I had to sit in the car park and wait to the end of the album. Oh, it was fabulous.
Groovy.
And he said at the end, I hope you enjoyed the experience there, music lovers. Yes, Alan, I did. He was one of the greatest stylists in the history of radio. There haven't been that many. Not people who had a real act. Do you know what I mean? He was the best at what he did. 0345 606, and he came from Australia, came all the way from Australia to teach us how to do radio. We appreciate it, Alan.
Thank you.
Here is York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Yeah, that certainly brings back memories to me.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I used to tape the whole thing in on a reel-to-reel tape recorder.
Reel to reel. Wow.
Exactly.
I'd like to have some old tapes of his shows, but there aren't any. I mean, you try looking them up on the World Wide Web, and there are some acts that were just too early for people to tape to put them up on the internet.
Yeah.
I mean, my hero is a guy called Neil Rogers, who did a talk show in America, and there's just hours, endless hundreds of hours of his stuff up there because he was just in time to be covered by the net, but not Alan Freeman, not Kenny Everett either.
It's a bit of a shame, isn't it?
It is.
But it was certainly a good show. I used to drive my mum and dad
Mad,
crazy, you know.
I remember he played Bleeping Well Right by Supertramp.
Disgusting.
At something like 3 PM, and there was all these swear words coming out the radio. God, I wanted to die.
Wow. It was good.
The stuff you could get away with in the 1970s, eh?
I know, yeah. Can't believe it, can you?
Anyway.
Brilliant. Anyway, what about these tears, eh?
Yeah.
Tier 3.
Why do they call them tears? I mean, nobody ever says tears. Tears is not a word that you ever see outside of a crossword. Why did they come up with tears? Because it sounded like TEARS. They're just playing with us.
But the thing is, tier 3, and then you have 5 days off, don't you, for Christmas? And then what do? Go back to tier 3? Or a proper lockdown? Which is it to be, do you think?
Well, I would expect them to reintroduce Tier 3 for a couple of weeks, watch the case loads increase dramatically, and then we'll all be staying inside in February.
Right.
I bet you.
Okay.
I betcha.
Well, we'll look forward to that, won't we?
No.
No.
Although February is about the best month to be locked in, because it's just miserable, February,
That's right.
Normally, yeah.
Although it could be nice, you never know.
Well, I remember this time, well, not this time, but last February, do you remember we had that day that was about 70 degrees?
Yeah.
I went to Kew Gardens. I've never seen Kew Gardens as full as it was that day in February. It was packed.
Yeah, I bet it was lovely.
Yeah, it was. It was absolutely beautiful.
Not with all the packed people, but, you know.
Well, it's big enough that you can just lose yourself in the undergrowth.
Right. Yeah. Last year... just before Christmas, you weren't very impressed with what was on the TV at Christmas, were you?
No, always rubbish.
Have you checked this
No, I
yet?
have not, no. But
No.
I'm expecting to be disappointed.
I am. I've got my Radio Times, but I haven't really looked at it yet. But I have looked at something this weekend, and something on tomorrow that will interest you.
What's that, then?
It's, well, you've probably got it anyway on DVD. Delicate Sound of Thunder.
Oh, yeah, well, I've seen that many times. You know
Have you got that?
No, well, I haven't got it, but I've seen it. You know what's really good is Nick Mason's Saucer Full of Secrets. Have you seen that?
No, I'm not really...
He got a band together. Are you into the Floyd?
Well, I was just going to say...
No.
I dare say it to you, but
not.
they're not really my favourites.
Not your favourites, no.
But, and then on the Sunday night, there's the Eagles on.
Now, which Eagles?
It's the LA from... it's quite a late one.
Right, okay.
So after, was it Glenn Fry died?
Right, so my man Joe Walsh will be in it.
He's in it, I think.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll look forward to that. It must be on Sky Arts, right?
That's it, yeah. You'll have to record it, won't you?
Yes. Well, I'm not going to watch it live. Nobody watches live TV anymore, Jan.
Exactly. Well, maybe not, no. But when you record things, don't you find that you never get them watched?
I have hundreds of hours, literally hundreds of hours of programmes that some of them are like 5 years old and I haven't got around to watching them yet. But I go through them and try and thin it out to make space to put more programmes that I'm not going to watch on there. And I'm always thinking, oh, well, maybe I will watch that. But I'd need 2 separate lives to sit down and watch them all.
I know, it's a bit of a pain, isn't it?
I'd have to give up work.
Oh, no, don't do that, please.
So what's on Christmas Day, then? Do you want to go and have a look for us?
You want me to?
Yeah, go on.
Hang on.
I've got a list here. He's just... The man next door has just popped up... Well, there's nothing on there. That's up to 5 PM on Christmas Day. Where'd you get that from?
That's the BBC website.
Oh, is it? Right, well, that's rubbish, isn't it?
Christmas Day.
Zog and the Flying Doctors. What's that?
Oh, dear.
The Queen's Opera. Christmas broadcast. The Royal... Oh, opera. Oh, God. It just gets worse.
It's not very good, is it?
What's the big film on Christmas Day? Don't do that with your mouth.
Sorry. La La Land.
Is it?
Oh, dear.
You know, I saw that. That wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be. It's okay. I don't remember anything about it, but it was all right.
Well, oh, dear.
I mean, no, I don't think anybody gets naked, and there's no violence in it, so you could watch it with all the family.
ITV3. Carry on.
No, I'll stop you right there. ITV3.
All afternoon and night.
Yeah, I bet it is, yeah. You lost me at ITV3. Hey, Jan, I'm going to have to go, but to keep your eyes peeled and let us know if there's any developments. All right. Gordon in Hampstead says, I've missed the beginning of your programme, Nick. How will I ever know if it will be raining in Glasgow? Well, unlike financial products, Gordon, Glasgow is determined by your previous experience. Future performance is determined by previous performance. Richard says, it's about time you stop talking rubbish about the weather in Glasgow. It doesn't rain all the time. It's not raining now, and it probably won't rain tomorrow. So pack it in. I should know. I live there. I think you'll find, Richard, if you look out the window, then or just stick your head out of the window, and you will become wet. Islington. Hello, Adam.
Hi, good evening, Nick.
Adam.
So, I took my dad for his COVID injection today.
Oh, yeah. Where did you get that, then? In his arm.
So we live in central London, and it's very interesting. Are you aware about the whole refrigeration process? But I thought I'd call you up to tell you what...
Yeah, it has to be kept at minus 70?
70, yeah. But on top of that, the logistics are so complex, because even when you're moving the vaccine around, you've got to make sure that the temperature's staying... I actually think it's minus 60, but I think they make it 70 to be on the safe side.
Right.
I think that's what they
But when they take it out of the fridge, how long can it stay out the fridge before it has to go in your arm?
So
because I wouldn't want anything that cold to be squirted up me.
Correct. And it was interesting. I asked my dad, and he did stick the whole needle into his arm. It was quite quick.
All of it.
But he didn't feel. Yeah.
Well, how long was the needle?
About 3 inch.
Get lost. 3 inches.
No, honestly,
they put all 3 inches of a needle in his arm.
Actually, no, 2 inch. Sorry, I exaggerate. 2 inch.
Well,
I'd say 2 inches.
With some people, that could come out the other side.
I know, but it really did go in. He's quite skinny as well, my dad. But I wanted to just say the logistics of it.
Now, wait a minute, back up. I don't believe that they put all 2 in. Why did they put 2 inches of a needle in his arm? Just the pointy part, surely.
I don't know, genuinely, but I was there with him and I held
Somebody
his arm
just invented something that could introduce it to you without the trouble of a needle.
Yeah, that would be a good invention.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Somebody's just come up with that. Like some sort of Star Trek thing, where they can shoot you full of for something without actually breaking your skin. I don't know how they do it.
Or like a laser or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a laser, right.
So I really wanted to say two things, really. Just that it was quite humbling how many volunteers were helping out. And, I mean, it was a reflection, again, of...
Volunteers? Well, that's not very comforting.
I know what you, exactly.
Were there any medical professionals present?
There was. The one who actually gave my dad the injection.
Well, what were the volunteers doing?
So I was about to tell you, after you actually have the injection, you have to go into an isolated unit to make sure you don't have an allergic reaction. It was really interesting. So we were literally my dad was just being observed for 20 minutes. Just to make sure he doesn't have some kind of a heart attack or something. Yeah. But the other thing I wanted to call you about, I don't know if you've been reading the news.
Well, just before we go on to another subject, what was it like getting shot full of something that cold?
I asked him. He said he didn't feel it.
Right.
He didn't feel it, but he is 83 or 82, so I don't know, maybe his nerves are a bit rotten now, so he can't feel it.
Okay.
Oh, but you know what? He was a trooper, and I'm proud of him, and, you know, anyway. So
how did he get up to the top of the list, though, by the way?
He's 82 or 83.
Well, there's boatloads of people who are 82 or 83.
So their priority, anyone 80 or above, or I think with certain medical conditions, are number one. So they did actually, they said we're going to call you up. I had to call them. And I said, oh yeah, we'll see him. And I was thinking, there you go. The NHS can't be proactive. They're only reactive. So you have to go and do stuff for yourself.
You're
you
kidding.
Can't rely on. Yeah, can you imagine?
You'd think you'd be on a list. I mean, don't they know when your birthday is? The Queen knows when your birthday is.
Yeah.
How come the NHS don't?
I do want to complain because his actual GP surgery is really nice to him, and they do what they can. So I just know that.
Yeah, but that's their job. I mean, we're always so blooming grateful for the NHS for just doing their jobs.
No, it's true. I agree with you, and we pay our tax. I agree. The other thing I wanted to move on to, if I may, I don't know if you've been reading the articles recently, but it's spoken about how a lot of ethnic minorities, and I'm ethnic minority, I'm British-born Asian, but a lot of ethnic minorities are really scared of vaccine in general, let alone COVID vaccine.
Are they? Why?
So the uptake, I was speaking to a couple of my medical friends, and they said it's scary how low uptake there is from the Asian community. Now, I don't know if I've got the correct answer for every person I know who's ethnic minority, but I'm very pro-vaccine, but I did listen to people why their concerns were. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but in America...
Please don't say Bill Gates.
No. I'm not going to give you anything like that.
Right.
I don't do conspiracy, like genuine, this is what's happened.
Okay.
So in the 70s and 80s, black men were given, and this is honest true, I'm going to tell you what Clinton had to do, but black men were given a vaccine and were told it's flu, but the doctors knew it was syphilis and they wanted to see the effect long term. It was only 2 decades later, No, I'm being serious.
Right.
It was only 2 decades later Clinton did a public apology saying what we did to you was wrong.
Well, no, wait a minute. It wasn't a vaccine against syphilis. They were actually giving them syphilis.
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
No, please read it up. It's heartbreaking.
Most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
So Clinton actually came out in the 90s and he said, I'm sorry on behalf of what they did. So my point is, I think ethnic minorities, when they read stuff like this, they really freak out.
Right.
And I worked for a firm that, I don't know if you're not aware of the thalidomide case,
yeah.
but, all this stuff, it generates fear. So I don't critique anyone who's genuinely scared of this vaccine.
Well, I tell you what, if you're on pills of any kind at the moment, read the leaflet that comes with it and then tell me how you feel.
Yeah.
Every single thing that you put into yourself, one way or another, will have the effect of making your eyes shrivel in your sockets and fall out of your skull, your tongue turn blue, and your heart to burst out of your chest like the alien monster.
Yeah, and even more so, psychiatric drugs. I'm reading about it. How? I know.
Everything has the effect of death, up to and including death. Plus, Bill Gates wants to introduce a microchip into you to turn you into a robot.
Affirmative.
That is actually true. Bill Gates wants to control you like a robot by introducing a microchip into you by means of the virus. That is, that's just a fact.
Correct.
Just because it's not true doesn't mean to say it's not a fact. Thanks a lot, Adam. 0345 6060 973. This text says, sorry, but a 2-inch needle will kill you. I think he means 2 centimetres or 1 inch. Well, I don't think it's necessary to stick the whole thing in, is it? Whether it's 2 centimetres or 1 inch or 3 feet. Just the end part is enough, isn't it? I like the idea of the invention that somebody's come up with that introduces the vaccine into you without the benefit of a needle. Doesn't that sound good? Can't they give it to us in a pill? We could pop it. Or, we could pop it, snort it, smoke it, something like that. Wouldn't that be better? 0345 6060 973. Here is a call in Oldbury, Ranjit.
Hi, Nick. You okay?
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
Good. I want to talk about taking back control
of
this country.
Oh, right.
After Brexit, yeah. You know what? Boris Johnson, Nigel Farage, all these lot, yeah. Looney bins, yeah. They've been shouting this and the other.
I'm a nutcase.
You've got it. All of them are, and it's spreading. You've been on about Bill Gates, yeah? You don't need to inject any micro thingy bob in your body, because all you got to do is listen to some of the stuff on the social media and people just take it in.
Yeah, and then you can join the party.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Precisely.
Yeah. You just join the party. First of all, what you do is you find people to blame. Yeah, like this vaccine now. If somebody's 83, 84 years old, they die. Well, hang on, suddenly they was going to die anyway. But I want to go back to taking back control. Now, our 2 power stations, one in Somerset and one somewhere else.
Just on that point, that somebody is 87 years old and they died of the coronavirus. I think it's true that the average age of the people that have died is older than the average age of people who would die anyway. They've lived longer than the average life expectancy, and then they've died of the coronavirus, which does mean, as you just said, jokingly, that they would have died of something else within a short period of time anyway. And yet we're engaged in this worldwide lockdown. I do understand why conspiracy theorists would get the notion that it's not all quite right.
Yeah, they would. And you know what? I've tried to avoid it now, and I just don't want to listen to it because there's that many theories. Yeah, I'm just going to write a will for my children, which is going to say if I die before I'm 100, no one's going to get a penny of my money, so they're not going to let me have this vaccine. Anyway,
right. Well, what about me? How much am I getting? Approximately.
You're going to get the lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to put you as a beneficiary.
Right. Well, I'm going to start spending it right now.
Yeah, you can start spending it now. Say, Rand, you promised me this money, yeah? Same as what Boris Johnson is doing, yeah? We've been getting this £350 million a week that was going out of this country. We've had it back here for 4.5 years, yeah? And we're spending it. That's what they're going to say in the end, yeah? You know, when Great Britain was great on its own, we ruled 3 parts of the world. Right. We went there. We took the gold off them.
Ranjit, is there an end point to this, or is it just a general wide?
The end point is, right, the French are building our power stations. Yes. The Chinese want to build our railway. Right. The car country is owned by the Japanese and the Indians. And one of the MPs is going to India to get a massive injection of money into this country. Mm-hmm. We're going to sell all our crown jewels, right, to foreign countries, and we're going to be a slave to a foreign country. And what's going to happen is, this minimum wage, some company from India is going to come to you and say, right, Nick, where we is giving you £9 an hour, we're going to give you £3 an hour. If you don't like it, you can lump it, yeah?
Well, it's approximately what I'm worth. £3 an hour, more or less. You get what you pay for. Yeah. Here, Ranjit, I'm going to have to go. In short...
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Jeff in Wembley says, I was once lucky enough to have a drink with Alan Freeman. He had a pint, not half. Listeners with material. Oh, no. Richard in Bromley says, Bromley is tier 3, but everything is open. Help, I'm going to catch it. So, right. Well, So how is tier 3 different to tier 1 if everything is open?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Oh, he's on the phone talking to somebody else. He's having a chit-chat. So I've got detailed files of who is now in tier 3. Oh, don't you worry about that. I've done my research. Can you believe that?
No.
So I'll get into that in a minute. Bill says, have your Christmas a week early, get COVID a week early, and get your COVID bed a week before the rush. Well, that is a good point. That's just good advice. Panic now to avoid the rush later. Oh, have you heard about getting your dinner delivered? Nobody wants to go to the supermarket anymore because that's where you catch it. Apparently. It's the place where it's going around the most. Well, they said that during the month's lockdown. I think it's principally where people were catching it because it was the only place that people were allowed to go. So that makes sense. But people don't want to go to the supermarket anymore. I do. I am willing to queue in the rain to go into the supermarket and select my own produce. But a lot of people don't. And so they have left it up to the supermarkets to deliver it for them.
Warning, warning.
It might not happen. And I do believe that we were talking about this time last year, that people were upset. They were complaining.
Stop whining.
About this exact thing. And a year later, have we learned anything?
Absolute tosh.
Stu from Cumbria says, Nick, tears as in posh cake, like at weddings and other disastrous events. Yeah, don't do it. It ain't worth it. I'll give it 6 months. Yeah, tears. Don't you find that's a weird word to have come up with? Because it could have been anything. It could have been levels or strata. Tears, because it's T-I-E-R-S, but it's also T-E-A-R-S, as in lots of them. I do think that they're playing with us. Every now and again, it just occurs to me that they get up in the morning and think, how can we really screw with them today? Well, just to throw something out there that will make them freak. Just like what Donald Trump did. I've said this over and over again. This government, its abiding mantra is, what would Donald Trump do? And then they just do that. I mean, their reaction to the virus was pretty much the same.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
I think that the entire world is going to have to go cold turkey off Donald Trump. We're just going to have to stop paying attention. Cold turkey, anybody? Oh, you won't be having any of that this Christmas, by the way, if you were waiting for it to be delivered. I'll come to that in a while. Stu in Matthew in West Yorkshire says, I would not take a COVID injection. The government are not to be trusted. Well, what on earth leads you to think that?
Contact tracing.
He sounds pretty trustworthy to me. He sounds, unlike Donald Trump, he sounds like a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
He knows everything.
I know nothing.
He says, I would not take a COVID injection. The government are not to be trusted. We'll all be dropping like flies if we're not careful. It's a ploy to get rid of northerners and overrule the country with southerners. Well, that's a good point. Yeah, if that was the plan, get rid of northerners and overrule the country with southerners, it seems to be going very, very well. What do you think, Smee?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Here is a call in Potter's Bar. Joan.
Hello, Nick. First of all, I'd like to wish you a very, very Merry Christmas because you give me such merriment every week.
Oh, thanks, Joan.
Right, I'm an 88-year-old diabetic, and I'm on a list of vulnerable people. So I was called into my doctor's surgery the Tuesday before last for the jab.
Wow, the Tuesday before last?
Yes. Yes.
I didn't know they had it out that.
Really? Yes,
right.
I was very, very early, but the surgery was full of doddery old people like me being jabbed.
Yeah.
And I asked the doctor a few questions, so I can answer a few of the young man earlier.
So which one was it? Was it the?
I asked him that.
Yes.
It was the Pfizer vaccine.
Right.
And I asked him about the Oxford vaccine because I said I would have preferred to have had that because it was Oxford.
Yes. It hadn't had to come. It hadn't had to come too far. It would have been fresh. You know, I spoke to.
I trusted the word.
Yeah, I spoke to a medical professional, and he said the opposite of that. He said he would prefer the Pfizer vaccine because of the way it's been made.
Oh, right. Well, I felt Oxford was a more trustworthy name, as it were.
Not necessarily.
Very racist.
A little bit racist.
But he said no, it says Pfizer, that the Oxford vaccine wasn't ready yet. No. And I said, well, did you have to buy a freezer to put the Pfizer vaccine in? Because I knew that they didn't have freezers at the surgery, just fridges. And he said, no, he said, we get it in blocks from a central source, and we have to use it within a few days.
Right.
So do
they bring it up to room temperature before they stick it in you?
Well, no, it was just like a flu jab. It was just, it wasn't cold, didn't feel cold at all.
Really?
It wasn't, no more than the food. I mean, the vaccines are nearly always quite cold, aren't they?
Are they?
Mm.
I hadn't really noticed that.
I've had lots of vaccines in my life.
Now, did you have the flu vaccine this year?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And did you have it in the same place?
Yes, exactly the same place.
Does your arm still work?
Yes, it does. I'm perfectly fit and healthy.
Because I had the flu vaccine in my left arm, but my right arm hurts. What's that about?
Well, that's just about you, I think.
What? So, any negative side effects?
No, none whatsoever. It was all very quick and efficient, and I'm here a week and a few days later. Perfectly okay. I've had when I've had the flu jab previously, I've sometimes had an achy arm.
Yeah,
that's quite common, I think.
Right.
But I haven't had an aching arm with this at all. I've had no symptoms whatsoever. Perhaps it was water.
Well, did they give you a card saying that you've had it?
Yes, I've got a card. Yes,
Right.
I've got like an ID. And what batch it was? It says what batch it was. Oh, and I had to wait for 10 minutes afterwards.
Right.
In case there were any
case you
side
fell
effects.
over.
In case I fell over, I had a heart attack.
And your eyes go crossed. And
something like that. Nobody did whilst I was there. So there were about 50 people there, and nobody appeared to be keeling over.
And so when do you have to go back for the next one?
January the 5th, exactly a month later.
Right.
So it was all very efficient, I thought.
And so,
you can
just out of interest, did they say that you're protected in any way now, or you've got to wait for the next one?
They said that no, you're not protected now,
Right.
and you're recommended to avoid people.
Yeah, well, that's just good advice generally.
Yeah.
Care what this guy thinks.
No!
So, you know Matt Hancock, don't you?
Boo!
Yes, that's him. Well, he spread seasonal goodwill by telling everyone in the following places, you are now forbidden for having Christmas cheer. Because from Saturday, the following areas will move into Tier 3.
Oh, no.
Bedford, Central Bedfordshire, Luton, Milton Keynes, Buckinghamshire, Reading, Wokingham, Bracknell Forest, Windsor and Maidenhead, West Berkshire. Peterborough, the rest of Hertfordshire not already in Tier 3. That's Dacorum. No such place. East Hertford, how's the manners in Dacorum?
Be polite.
East Hertfordshire, North Hertfordshire, St Albans, Stevenage and Welwyn Hatfield, Hastings and Rother, Portsmouth haven't, Gosport and Surrey, except Waverley. Well, now, wait a minute. What's so special about Waverley, eh? Does a Tory donor live there? The government could write him a cheque for £108 million to soften the blow. Of course, London and parts of Essex and Hertfordshire moved into Tier 3 already this week. And to remind you, Tier 3 is where you can't do anything at all that would remotely be described as fun. Even things that are just amusing are right out. Forbidden on punishment of having Prissy Patel come over and give you a damn good thrashing. Of all the people in the land, 2% of us are in Tier 1. 2%. That's about 6 people. And Tier 1 isn't even relax, everything's normal. Even Tier 1 is last orders at 10 and rule of 6 and there's some stuff about bubbles. Matt Hancock said the UK has come so far in its fight against COVID-19 and we mustn't blow it now. I assume he was being sarcastic. The UK has come so far. The UK has had a combination of the worst death rate, the worst economic hit, and the most wasted money, and the biggest examples of either total incompetence or greatest corruption on earth. And he's got the front to tell us not to blow it. I think it has well and truly been blown since the start of the year. Actually, since before the start of the year, when Bouncing Boris canned the very committee that was put in place to warn and plan for a pandemic just like this. Him and his best buddy in crime, Fat Donny Trump. Both got rid of the government organisations that were set up to prevent a pandemic like this from taking control. Almost as though they were working in unison to hobble us before the race started. What do you think about that, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Hancock urged people to take what he called personal responsibility in keeping COVID-19 under control.
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Matt Hancock said it's so vital that everyone sticks at it and does the right thing, especially over this Christmas period. Right. So we're being set up for being blamed. Because they're not following the science like they keep saying over and over again, because the science is telling us not to have a Christmas. The science is saying,
Warning!
don't meet Granny round the Christmas table. 3 family units can get together around a Christmas table. Is the science saying that?
No.
Of course not. But the government is, because it would be politically difficult to tell people not to have Christmas. People will decide not to vote Tory anymore. That's why they're doing it. I mean, they don't actually care that you have a nice Christmas. I mean, I know that's where it's coming across. They don't care about you or your blooming Christmas. Doing it so we can always all have a nice time is in the middle of a pandemic. They either are or are not following the science. So it's a no then. And when the cases start going up, as they obviously will, after everyone gets round the Christmas table with 3 generations of their families and the next door neighbours pop by for a quick one and we all have a bit of booze, then the government will be able to lay the blame on COVIDiots, as the press call people who don't want to spend what's left of their life in house arrest. It'll be your fault. Even though the government is telling you it's okay to have a family Christmas, because it would be unpopular to say otherwise. Which means that they aren't actually serious about eliminating the virus. Because if they were, they'd say Christmas is cancelled. New Year is off. Everyone must stay indoors. No shopping, no mingling, and definitely, absolutely and totally no mistletoe.
Disgusting.
But they don't. They fudge some sort of compromise that won't work against them in the press and the polls, while giving them enough room to blame us for the inevitable that will happen just after Christmas. I mean, honestly, does anybody in possession of their mind, of the full contents of their mind, think that the rate isn't going to go up after Christmas? Of course it blooming well will, just as it goes up after a lockdown period. Meanwhile, the Labour leader is doing his best impression of a damp rag doll and moaning that the lockdowns aren't lockdowny enough. Every time Keir Starmer hoves into view, I think,
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Keir Starmer said he feared that the tiered system was just not strong enough to control the virus. Oh my God, he wants them to go harder. Which isn't really in opposition. He's not in opposition. He's in, it's almost like admiration. Oh, we love the punishment. Can we have some more, please? Thank you, sir. May I have another? He criticised what he called was a lack of clarity from ministers about what people should do. Yeah. Well, yeah. You can have Christmas, but don't enjoy it. Use your best judgment, but follow the following rules. I mean, once people are around the Christmas table, you're not going to be wearing a mask because you're eating and drinking. And you're not going to be 6 feet away because who's got a table that big enough? Keir Starmer criticised what he said was a lack of clarity from ministers. He said the messaging has been all over the place. Work at home, don't work at home. Go out to eat, don't go out to eat. Enjoy Christmas, have a small Christmas. That's what Keir Starmer said. And Labour's Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth said the party accepts and understands why parts of England have been moved into Tier 3, even though this means tens of millions of people are now living under the toughest restrictions. Really? You accept and understand? Why? Because you're following the science. What science? You mean you're following certain selected scientists? There is no science. He said, this isn't about cancelling Christmas. Santa will still deliver his presents. But is Matt Hancock really telling us that allowing indoor mixing of 3 households across regions and generations for 5 days is sensible, given the virus is raging with such ferocity at the moment? Well, you know, if you accept that lockdowns are necessary, then you must accept that Christmas isn't necessary. And as for Santa still delivering presents, well, I've got some bad news for Labour's Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth. You might want to sit down for this. It's been a tough year at the North Pole, and I'm afraid Santa starved to death before UNICEF could deliver his care package. 0345 6060 973. Leeds. Alex.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Before I go on to my main point, if I could just have a just ask you very quickly your opinion. Do you think the easiest trade deal in human history will be agreed on Sunday?
I think they'll come up with something that they'll try to fashion a way that Boris Johnson will be able to wave the flag and say, we won, they capitulated, and Europe will say the exact same thing, and they'll just muddle through it. But on the 1st of January, it'll be absolute chaos. And for the entire month of January, probably February, March and April too.
I think we're heading for no deal, personally, but that's just my view. Anyway, my main point, your previous caller, Adam, rang in and talked about, he made reference to quite a famous case in US history, really, quite deplorable, known as the Tuskegee syphilis study. Mm-hmm. And basically the summary of that is it lasted for 40 years, from 1932 to 1972. And what it was a trial led by the local university to study the long-term effects of syphilis on, I guess, the population. Now, it had about 600 volunteers. Now, the thing was, the volunteers who were all African-American or black men were told that they'd receive free healthcare, treatment, and so on and so forth. But actually, they didn't receive any. They were given placebos, and they were lied to. Now, the net effect is, there was a myth that, it was the US government who injected these men with syphilis. That's not true. But what the net effect is that it led to a breakdown in trust of any kind of government-mandated vaccine. And as a result of that, some people within the African American and minority ethnic group community just mistrust whatever government have said as a result of the emergence of this scandal, and other conspiracies that it's kind of led to as well, particularly in the African American community, is that the government introduced AIDS into the neighbourhoods of inner city, New York, LA, wherever. Again, not true, but these myths or conspiracies resonate and hold true as a result of this famous case, that shames American history. So Adam's point was, and he's right, is that research both in the UK and still in America show potentially a low take-up of the COVID-19 vaccines because of mistrust, as I said, from government. Now, that's just the net effect. So I don't think it's a conspiracy theory, and I think the government does have a challenge on its hand. And I think I am aware that they are trying to look at some kind of advertising campaign, probably involving celebrities, but trying to also tackle the undertaking or the lack of a take-up amongst particular ethnic groups. So it is acknowledged to be a challenge out there.
Right, but that experiment that you just described, that's not going to affect here.
No, you're absolutely right. But I just think, even though this was 1972, so we're talking 40-odd years ago now, nearly 50 years ago. But it's things like that where they were quite racist, I think, in its outset, that trial. There's no doubt about it. And as, again, Adam referenced, in the mid-90s or late 90s, President Clinton did offer an apology, and, there's compensation of going into the millions of dollars for the survivors. But I think what it does is when you do get something which was a real event, because you know how it works for conspiracy theories, they could be wrong 99% of the time, but they only need to be correct about one element, 1% of the time, and they'll use that as a justification to say, well, it happened back in, 19 whatever or 2000 and whatever, and they'll use that always to justify conspiracy theories. But I just think, and again, it's not just about COVID-19 vaccines. In terms of public health outcomes, it is the fact that certain groups within the UK and America, but let's focus on the UK, they call them hard-to-reach groups. And if you look at health outcomes amongst, black and minority ethnic people in general, but males as well, they have lower life expectancy. And the question is, why is that? And there's various reasons. It's not all based on conspiracy theory, but when things like, as I said, the Tuskegee syphilis study is referenced, it's another example, or a main example, of why some people within those communities do not trust the government when it comes to taking care of their health. And I just wanted to put that into context, really.
OK, well, thanks for the... Back to Judy.
What a build-up. Hello.
Judy.
Before I ask you, tell you why I've rang, can I ask you a question?
Why have you rung?
Well, why do you always hum The Girl from Ipanema when you're doing your research and looking up your bits of paper and stuff?
Because it's one of those songs that you get played when you're on hold.
Oh, I see. Okay. Right.
You know, have you ever called up an organisation?
Yes.
Yeah, well, it'll either be Greensleeves or The Girl from Ipanema.
All right. Okay. That's lovely. Now, can I tell you why I phoned? Christmas Day. We are spending it with 30 people.
What?
Made up from 9 families.
Oh, my God. You are going to jail.
No, listen. We're having lunch, 6 of us together, and then the 30 of us are joining later.
Oh,
and do you know how we're doing it?
You're having a party.
We are Zooming.
You're going to Zoom, like Lionel Richie.
We are Zooming. Our house is just myself and my husband having lunch.
Right.
And my daughter and her husband having lunch, and her children having lunch. That's our lunch. But we will be in 3 separate houses. And then all the rest of us are joining up. My sister and all her kids and their families, my brother and his family. There will be a total of 30. And it will go on all afternoon, and we'll just kind of pop in and out to the Zoom, and we'll have cups of tea and pieces of Christmas cake, and we will spend the whole day together, and I cannot understand why I haven't heard this mentioned before.
Now, have you ever Zoomed with that many people at the same time?
No, but I have had that many people together, the same group, the same close family, and it's total chaos anyway, so what difference?
Right, but when you're in the same room, then you don't all talk over each other, or yeah, well, okay, you do, but you're talking to individuals, not
but
addressing.
Listening.
Yeah,
nobody listens to what anybody says anyway.
Yeah, but you're not addressing everybody at the same time. You might be talking to the person next to you, and everybody else around the table is talking to the person next to them. But when when you're on Zoom, everything that everybody says is to everybody.
Yeah, but so what? It's the same as when we're at home. It's total chaos. You don't know our family. We won't notice the difference. Half the time the screen will be empty because people will have wandered off and got bored, and then people will come back. But it is 100% safe way of doing it.
It is.
So that is my suggestion.
Well, that sounds like a very good idea.
Well, why aren't other people ever mentioning doing it?
You say that like it's my fault.
It is your fault. You haven't mentioned it. You could have suggested it.
Right. Well, I'm suggesting it now. Here, you know what's a good idea, Judy?
Yeah.
Zoom.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You should have thought of that.
I should have. We've got people in our group from age 1 to age me. I'm the oldest.
Yeah.
And I'm rubbish on a computer, but somebody else sets this thing up.
Wait a minute. Who does?
One of the family.
A stranger?
No, one of the family. Usually maybe my son, my daughter, one of my son-in-law, I don't know, somebody will.
Right, but is this one person that is going to be in your group of 6, or is this a 7th?
One of them will be in the group of the 6, and one of them or another one will be in the group of the 30. But I don't care, I don't know. They'll do it.
Right, I think...
All I do is click a thing on the computer.
I think your story is beginning to fall apart here, Judy.
No, we had dinner this evening with my son and daughter-in-law and my 2 grandchildren
a dry
on
run.
Zoom.
Yeah, how did it go?
Lovely. They sat at their table, we sat at our table, they had pizza, we had a healthy salad, and we chatted for 2 hours, and it was lovely.
Right, you don't actually know whether they were listening to you or not, because they could mute you.
They were talking to us and listening to us, and we heard all about what our grandchildren... We haven't seen them.
Oh, what all the grandchildren have been doing.
Boring!
Yes.
Not when they're your own grandchildren. It's other people's grandchildren that are boring.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. No, but I'm serious about this. What is wrong with this as an idea?
I can't pick a hole in it. Apart from if everybody did it all at the same time, then the bandwidth the internet would just dry up.
Oh, well, somebody did say the whole thing might crash. But if it's that or nothing, because, you know, I am a grandma and I would love nothing more than to spend Christmas or any day with my family, but I can't, and I know I can't. And we talk on the phone and we talk with you Zooming, but we all think that our health is actually a bit more important.
I suppose so, yeah.
So
Zoom, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we cling, you know, we've done it for birthdays all through the years since this rubbish thing started. And I've done things like I put a candle on a cake, and the person whose birthday it is leans towards the screen and blows, and I blow the candle out.
How does that work?
It works brilliantly.
It's like magic.
Yes,
it's a Christmas miracle.
Yes. So I don't know whether I'm Barmy from Belsize Park, but I'm just thinking there is no way that you know what really gets my goat? The people that we care about most and we love most are the very people that we're going to be in risk of putting into terrible danger.
Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense to me. I mean, I've done that kind of thing before, and it does work. It's like you're having a meal with that person.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like we're sitting either end of a dining. I mean, how many people have got a room big enough to accommodate people that are trying to distance? How many people are going to eat Christmas lunch without having to take their mask off? I think the whole thing is insane. And somebody phoned in the other evening and said, oh, we can't cancel now. I've ordered a £15 turkey.
Yes.
Well, lovely. And what will be coming with the turkey?
Death.
Thank you.
That's not very Christmassy, is it?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm in such despair over all this.
Well, don't pull your hair out, Judy. No, that sounds like a plan.
It is a plan.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice if some ministers had a plan?
Well, wouldn't it be nice?
Yes.
Everybody sing.
So I hope you will have a very, very safe and happy Christmas.
Well, I appreciate it, Judy. I'm going to be here in a padded room on my own, speaking into this thing.
Oh, you're doing Christmas night?
I'm doing Christmas Eve to the 3rd of January.
Oh, well, we won't be listening Christmas night.
What?
We'll be having 30 people.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right, I suppose you can, even on Zoom, you can only squeeze so many people in.
Well, I could put the radio on as well.
Yeah, and then nobody would be able to hear a blind thing that anybody else is saying.
No.
All right, okay, well, that's good
my
advice.
Idea,
All
and
right.
at least it's a safe idea.
It certainly is. Okay, thanks a lot, Judy. There you are, you see. Christmas solved. This says Fat Larry's band did Zoom. Joshua in Southall with the correction. No, your correction is incorrect. I think it was Lionel Richie and the Commodores did Zoom.
Rock and roll!
You're thinking of another Zoom. Stupid. And I mean that in the nicest possible way.
Hello there, it's all Christmas. Hello there, St. Nicholas.
What?
St. Nicholas.
Yes.
Christmas. Hi there, yeah, the last lady, Judy, they just spoke. You couldn't really fault her. And she said it was superb, but how could she get a turkey so cheap?
What?
She said I can get a £15 turkey.
Well, how do you get a £15 turkey?
Yeah,
you buy one that costs £15.
It is, yeah, but there's not much left of it, is there? There won't be much of it. So.
Well, get a small one.
A smaller one, yeah, that's right, yeah. And going back to the Fat Larry band, Nick.
What?
Fat Larry's band, Zoom.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, out of the first Zoom, just one look and then my heart went boom.
Oh, no, we seem to have run out of time on that call. I hate it when that happens. Fat Larry's band may have done Zoom, but Lionel Richie and the Commodores did Zoom. I think you'll find that is completely correct in every respect. Glenn in Tipton says, Nick, this whole fishing thing is a massive red herring. Oh, no. Oh, I've been blindsided. I'm winded. He says they basically want to have their cake and eat it. We need our waters back. We need our jobs post-COVID. Right, so it was a weak joke and then some sort of point. I don't know whose side you're on there. We need the jobs post-COVID. What, fishing jobs? Fishing jobs are rubbish. It's like saying we want to open the pits back up because, at least as a miner, you had reliable work. Yeah, but it was a mile underground, and you got emphysema while you were doing it. It's one of the most dangerous things that you can do on Earth, being a fisher person. Plus, you the smell.
Disgusting.
DJ tweets, Nick, speaking of going to the supermarket, other than going to work, grocery shopping is the height of my social life at present. It's just nice getting out and about somewhere, even if it is just shopping. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's pretty much the only time I ever rub shoulders with people, albeit 6 feet apart. Because you can't go anywhere else. You can't go here, and you can't go there, and you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to a pub, and you can't go to a bar. You can't do anything anymore. Because everyone's too busy staying safe. So, yeah, going to the supermarket is about the only thing that you're allowed to do anymore. And I walked up, this was last weekend maybe, or the weekend before. I walked up London's fashionable Charing Cross Road, and for the first time since maybe the beginning of the year, there was a crowd of people, like it was busy. Hundreds of people were walking in the opposite direction, and it just felt so weird. Like I wanted to, I just sort of wanted to run and hide. They were coming too close. People. So yeah, when you go to a supermarket, at least it's a bit empty. And they've started to queue out, the makers queue outside again, which does seem a bit much. I mean, I'm going to do my the very last vestiges of the Christmas food shop on Monday morning, and then start eating it about midday onwards. And I'll be grazing constantly for about 3 days in a row. But Monday's when I'm going to go and do it, and I would expect that I'll be queuing outside the shop for about 3 hours before I'm allowed in, because they do like to keep it deserted in there, and freezing cold. By the way, you've got to dress warm. You got to take your hat, coat, scarf, and gloves to go into the supermarket, even if it's warm outside. Why is it that cold? I mean, that's not saving the planet, is it? But yeah, you go to the supermarket, and even though you don't actually interact with anybody, it's just being around other people. It's like, oh yeah, I remember this. Socialising. It's a bit weak that's where we're at now, isn't it? That the height of your social life is being 6 foot apart from somebody, walking the same way down a supermarket aisle. God. 0345 6060 973. Newcastle, Jeanette.
Hello, Nick.
Jeanette, happy Christmas.
Right, 2 points, okay? My first point is there are some things you cannot do while listening to you.
Okay.
And I want to complain about one of them. You cannot knit and listen to Nick Abbott. I've started this scarf at least a dozen times because I'll laugh and drop a stitch, but I don't know how to pick it up.
You don't know how to pick a stitch up?
No, and so I had to start it over and over again because you just make me laugh so much. It's got to be summer.
Can't you just knit a scarf with an error in it? Because it will make it look handmade. No?
No.
Well, what does it mean when you drop a stitch? How would that look if you just carried on?
It puts a hole in it, doesn't it?
Right.
Because I listen to your Nick, everyone, you need to tune in to Nick Abbott's Habit. It's absolutely hilarious. And you have this woman that rings you. She's so sweet. She tells you how many dogs she's got and that she's written a book that you never let her tell anyone about.
Oh, right. Yeah, I think I know who you mean. Yeah.
Oh, she's just so lovely. And your interaction with her is absolutely... it's just hilarious. And I must have dropped about 10 stitches.
Well, I take full responsibility.
But she's lush.
The Nick Abbott Habit is clips of old shows before the virus had been introduced to the human race.
Yes.
So it's completely virus-free. That comes out on Mondays as well. And the last one before Christmas is also coming out this Monday.
Yes. And, listeners, if you do nothing this year, You have to listen to these podcasts, and they will be shot up your life every Monday.
Right.
They're just great. But I need you to answer a question. My second point, seriously, I need you to answer this question, okay? You know prisons?
No.
You know where all the naughty boys go? Prisons, you know.
I've heard of them.
Yeah. So they have, like, prison wardens, don't they? And, like, they work, I would imagine, on, like, a shift rota. So they come and go. Or then why, like, isn't there loads of, like, COVID in prisons? Why aren't they all coming down with COVID?
Yeah, because I read a report that in America, I think the majority of people in prison have got it now. That it's a centre for disease, and you would expect that if it's introduced into a prison, that it'll just go through like wildfire.
Yeah.
But in this country, it's way down the list. I think it's the lowest, or it's the safest place to be. If you do a list of supermarkets, schools, gyms, restaurants, that kind of thing, the prisons are at the bottom of the list. They're even more safe than hospitals, which is really weird.
But can you shed any light on that, though?
I can't.
I can't. Because surely their staff come and go.
Well, you would think so.
And they go home, and there were children that have been to school, and is it that they social distance in a different way?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine that the safety procedures in a prison are not better than they are in a hospital.
No.
But in a hospital, I guess you would have a greater concentration of people that are ill.
Or is it that they, like, the instruments that they use, like, if you're taking observations, like, I would have to push the same machine around to each of the beds in my bay. Obviously, you clean it in between, but that doesn't always... Oops.
Are you a hospital person?
It doesn't always happen.
Are you a hospitalist?
Bank staff. So that doesn't... So I can be on any ward. So literally, I could go from ward to ward to ward to ward. And the machine, yes, it does get wiped down. Is it that hospitals are using machinery that is used communally in the same bay? Like if you're doing blood monitoring, where you have your finger pricked?
No.
Okay, so I would take my blood monitoring machine, I would prick your finger, and it would give me a readout.
Is that the machine that goes bing? Because I like those ones the best. Here, Jeanette, what's it like at your hospital then? Are they overrun, like we're being told constantly? They can't cope and they're about to explode with patients?
Well, it's not great.
What does that mean? Well, it's never great. It's a hospital.
I've been off for a couple of weeks, so I'm not really sure. But I wonder if it's the machinery.
I think partly it might be that the prisoners don't get to go out. I mean, they're locked in their little cells for 23 hours a day, that they're already in under house arrest, being as how they're in prison.
Right.
That's a lockdown to extremists.
Yes. But I was just wondering if it's because there might be three machines.
Right. Well,
six bays which have 6 people.
I don't know why you're asking me, Jeanette. I have no idea. So when are you going back to hospital to work?
Probably in the next few weeks. I'm taking some time off.
Are you really? Right, okay. Well, I hope that it's all there when you get back. Thanks a lot, Jeanette. Nicholas in Chiswick tweets, I started watching Love Island and Towie, and I had to request a COVID-19 test because I had lost my sense of taste. Oh, God. It gets worse. Can you believe that?
No.
Kevin texts, prisons are full of drugs. Maybe inmates take something that helps prevent COVID. Well, it's a possibility.
Want to score some pot?
Maybe they're taking something that's so strong that it just smashes COVID into submission. Childs Hill. Hello, John.
Hello, good evening. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Childs Hill, is that a place?
It is a place that seems to come up every time. Where's Childs Hill? And people phone in and say it's called Childs Hill Farm, or it's called after some French, someone de Childs or something.
Right. So where is it?
I have no idea. It's up the Finchley Road, just past the Hendon Way turn-off, where the A1 starts.
Hendon?
Just before Cricklewood Lane. It's not Hendon, it's Childs Hill.
Childs Hill, right.
Between Finchley Road Station and Golders Green.
Yeah, okay. Golders Green, wherever that is. Yeah.
Exactly. Well,
are you speaking directly into the phone?
I am. But I can change the arrangement if you prefer.
Yeah, please change the arrangement.
Is it better?
Oh, my God, that is so much better.
Oh, good, I'm pleased.
It sounds like you were making one of those ransom phone calls by talking through your sock.
No. I change my voice when I do that because it's far too identifiable otherwise.
Carry on.
Yes, the reason I'm calling is rather like you. I have no first-hand experience of prisons. I've been as a visitor to see a naughty boy friend of mine one time. But the reason I think behind it being the safest place to go if you wish to avoid COVID is, as compared to the States, where it's, the complete opposite, is they tend to have far more communal living arrangements and spending time in their sort of communal areas, whereas in this country, increasingly, it's gone to lockdown 23 hours a day, where people are kept effectively in their cells all day long.
Right.
Not being too political about it, but, a company called Circa, I'm sure you haven't heard of them, but they're involved with some of the running of prisons now, and yes, so it's down to money cuts and what have you, less activities for inmates to enjoy during the day. And
yeah, it seems a bit weird, doesn't it? Prisons for profit. I mean, they've imported that idea from America, which is not too far a leap from police for profit. That'll be the next step.
It's excellent business. I mean, policemen, we don't seem to recognise the bobbies that you and I used to go up to in the street and ask for directions, and, with those lovely funny helmets. Those days are gone now.
They're not there anymore, no.
Now it's sort of like a cross between Rambo and an American football match with guns. It's like crazy stuff now. So different style of policing, unless of course you're eating a sausage roll or something.
Yeah, but then they'll be they'll be there toot sweet. Exactly right. It's turf you out. Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right.
However, we're all smiling, so we're all going to have a very merry Christmas.
We are,
provided we don't go and see anybody else.
Right.
I'm actually living with my 91-year-old mother, looking after her. Luckily, I decided to move home to look after her because God knows what would have happened if she'd gone into a care home or something. But my daughter is isolating at the moment down in Brighton to come up and have a night with us again, as she did last time. But I've got a conversation on the phone tomorrow, which I don't really want to have with her, but I think it's maybe sensible for her to come after Christmas. And,
do that Zoom thing. I mean, that's a very good idea. Do a Zoom Christmas.
It's funny, when I heard her speaking about it, I congratulated myself because I actually finally downloaded it the other day. I've just got to figure out how to use it, that's all.
Well, you and me both, yeah.
The blind leading the blind with that one.
If you have any grandchildren, they'll probably be able to sort it out for you in about 10 seconds. Otherwise, you'll be reading the instructions on the internet from now until next year. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Elaine says, can you tell me in what environment the virus is being spread the most? Is it schools? Is it in the home? Surely Test, Track and Trace has the information, but we never get told where most cases are being spread. Test and Track and Tracing...
Contact tracing, forgive me. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it. I believe it was in the schools and universities and hospitals. I think the last time I read was where you're going to get it the most. But that was during a period of lockdown, so those were the only places that people could go. That and the supermarkets. I think the supermarkets were the tip-toppermost place that you will get it all over you. But as they were the only shops that were open, that just makes sense, don't it? During the lockdown. But I think it goes something like supermarkets, schools, colleges. Well, I do know that restaurants, bars and pubs are way down the list, which must be infuriating if you happen to be running or working in a restaurant, bar or pub. I mean, the amount of stuff that they've bought in order to make themselves COVID safe. They got plastic screens coming out their ears. And they got wipes and squirts and, who knows all what. And they still get shut down. How is it not acceptable to sit at a table for an hour and a half and have a meal brought to you by somebody in a mask, and you're 6 feet at least from the next table, and the only person that you're at the table with is somebody that you happen to be living with, That's not okay. But going to a gym with 100 other people, another 100 other panting people in a small, badly air-conditioned area, that's okay. Does that make any sense?
No.
But they're doing it anyway. You know, when we go through the next series of lockdowns, I'm sure they will come like a roller coaster. It'll be in and out and in and out and up and down. The mood of the nation will go. Then there's not going to be a hospitality sector anymore. All those places that we used to look forward to going to. I mean, I'm not a big restaurant goer, a couple of times a year, something like that, but I'm yearning to go to a restaurant now. I just feel I want to go in there and give post some money through the letterbox. Pick up the wine list and not buy the cheapest one. Or even the second cheapest. I might go and pick something out of the middle of the list. I might even break the £20 mark. Can you believe that?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel so sorry for them. And these are places where people meet, where they go on dates for the first time. Relationships begin. Sometimes they end. They're the markers in our life. They can be the best day or night of the year. It's something you look forward to. It's something you will always remember. And when they're closed for the next time, or the time after that, or the time after that, eventually none of them are going to open again. How can they? How can they continue to be punished like this and still remain on their feet? It's impossible. I don't know why they're being picked on quite so deliberately and specifically. Paraphernalia. Never has the word paraphernalia sounded so icky.
Disgusting.
25 grand for a collection of pornography? How do they work that out? I mean, who's going to buy someone's second-hand collection of pornography?
Dreadful.
It's a sticky issue. Rob texts, 99% of the UK are relieved that they don't have to spend Christmas Day with their family who they hate. The British. What a bunch of liars. What? 99% of the UK are relieved they don't have to spend Christmas Day with their family who they hate. Well, you speak for yourself, mate. Mark texts, the Scottish Government has cancelled Hogmanay. You can't even hear drink, he says. Cannae. He says, I'm going back on the Buckfast. I think they call it Bucky. I can still smell Edinburgh. You know, I grew up in Edinburgh. Went to school right in the centre there. And the smell, the smell of it. Beer is what you were smelling. Because they make it there. Not because they drink it there, but I suppose it was a bit of that, but it's that they make it there. I wonder if it still smells like that. It used to smell great. Guildford, Yvonne.
Yeah, they used to make Buckfast at the Abbey, didn't they?
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the smell of Buckfast, but they still. So apparently, they still make it. In the Abbey, the monks they have a lot to answer for. I tell you what.
I love your voice.
Thanks.
You sound a bit like James Whale, but you're not as angry. More funny. Right. So what I wanted to say was, I'm glad that we have a vaccination, but I'd rather the politicians get the first vaccination, please, and not the healthcare workers.
Why is that?
Just in case it doesn't work the way it should.
Oh, in case they keel over dead.
Let the politicians get the jab first, and maybe we should have Mickey Flanagan, working out who goes out and out. Are you going out? Or
who's
out?
Mickey Flanagan?
He's a comedian from East London.
Is he? What's he got to do with it?
Because his stand-up comedy is, are you going out or have you been out? I'm going out, and I didn't even go out. I just went out.
So you had to have been there? Yes. Yes. All right, thanks a lot, Yvonne, for that mystifying call. 0345 6060 973. Anybody understand that?
No.
Hey, are you waiting for a delivery slot? And I haven't looked up a delivery slot in a good long while. I don't want anything to delivered. I don't want any to order anything to be delivered for the next 2-3 weeks, because it is going to be chaos out there. I had the last thing delivered to the house about a week ago, and even then I thought that was really pushing it. I mean, you know, the Postal Service is going to be up to its eyeballs in lost packages. And people are going to be moaning and complaining about things that haven't arrived.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And it's just going to go on and on and on and on and on. And you'll get angrier and angrier. So this is part of my do Christmas early. I have now, apart from, you know, a couple of 3 things that I need to buy on Monday, milk, that's it. I've got the turkey. I've got the mushroom pate. I've got the pudding. Custard is in. Well, I mean, I've had the same tin of custard for about the last 10 years. What is it about custard? Every time you pull it out of the cupboard, you look at the date, and you freak out because it expired 10 years ago. It's always the same with custard. You buy custard, you use it once, and then you put it in the back of the cupboard, and then 10 years later you discover that you've got custard. I don't think it goes off, though, does it? I have no idea. Don't take my word for it. I mean, it's not like I'm an expert or anything.
I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, like Donnie. Like Donnie.
I know nothing.
I know nothing. But delivery slots, I imagine, are quite difficult to come by, just as they used to be the first time we did lockdown in the spring. I mean, I can remember going, like, refreshing over and over and over and over and thinking, they're just kidding us now, right? They're just playing with us. There are no delivery slots. How can they all be taken all of the time? And you think, well, I'll just stay up till midnight, and then when the clock ticks over, then they will all become available. And no, they don't. So you have to sit there for 24 hours a day, constantly refreshing the page just to get one blooming delivery slot that's about 3 weeks away. Meantime, you'll starve to death. And apparently it's happening again. If you go online to book a delivery slot, you're in for a big surprise, because they ain't got none. You can have the lot delivered right enough, the turkey and the sprouts and the potatoes and the carrots and the stuffing and the gravy and the pudding and the custard, apart from the turkey and the sprouts and the potatoes and the carrots and the stuffing and the gravy and the pudding and the custard. It's all off.
What?
Just like in spring when we were all sent inside, you can't get a delivery slot to bring you Christmas dinner until after Christmas.
Oh, no.
Shoppers desperately scrolling through slot times, but find they're fully booked. Or you can only get a delivery after December the 25th, which is no good. And it doesn't matter how many times you refresh the page, the song remains the same.
Rock and roll!
And it did happen this time last year. I'm not even talking about spring now. I mean December. Don't you remember last December people were whining that their Christmas delivery arrived, but minus the turkey? Which is the most important part. Why do turkeys cost so much, by the way? You know, apart from that everybody wants one. You can get a chicken of more or less the same size at about a half or a quarter of the price. Why do turkeys cost so much? Because we don't like turkey any other day of the year, do we? Who goes into a supermarket on any other day than the build-up to Christmas and thinks, yeah, I'll have turkey? Never. Poor little chooks. Slaughtered for Jesus' birthday. And, yeah, so that's all happening again. But it's bound to, because people don't really want to go to supermarkets. And our the way we shop has changed completely, probably irreversibly. Although it would be nice after all this is over, yeah, in about 10 years, to go back to how it used to be, shopping in shops, where you actually had the chance of meeting a real human being. So about this situation that people can't find a delivery slot, when asked to comment, Asda, Sainsbury's, Waitrose, Tesco and Morrison's said And the sob stories are starting to pile up. One customer was furious, apoplectic. She was beside herself when her delivery arrived with no turkey. They gave her instructions on how to kill one if she could find one. Yeah, very helpful.
Thank you.
Shop customer Jennifer fumed on Twitter, just received my online delivery. Last slot available before Christmas, and one product was not available, with no appropriate substitution available. Only the turkey, she says. Really? On the 17th of September, with no alternative turkey you could send? Beyond disappointment, she said. Others complained that not even being able to book a time to have their order delivered. Yeah, you were lucky, Jennifer. Hey, Jennifer.
Stop whining.
Richard Lim, Chief Executive of Retail Economics, said that the pandemic had caused a sea change in how the nation shops. He said, what's interesting with food is that it seems to be part of the retail sector where there's been a permanent shift. Unlike other retail outlets which regained physical footfall when their stores opened after lockdown, the change in food shopping behaviour and the use of online deliveries has not regressed since restrictions eased. I'm surprised about that. I mean, I would have thought that clothes shops, for instance, would have people going back because, you want to try things on before you buy them. But supermarkets, I would have definitely expected people to go back to buying their food. I mean, apart from anything else, I can't be the only one that ignores the product at the front of the shelf and goes rooting around the back to see if I can get a better use-by date. But they won't do that if they're filling your basket for you. They'll do the opposite of that. And you'd think that it's okay that supermarkets can ramp up delivery really easily. They just got to buy more lorries, employ more people. But they can't. Apparently it takes years to alter delivery services because of all sorts of things that go with lorries and people and such. Warehousing, online infrastructure, all of that. It's like turning around a supertanker. It takes a long time. So it's unreasonable of us to expect them to, get their act together toot sweet. You can't change your behaviour really quickly and expect something as gigantic as a supermarket to keep up. They're not that nimble. And it does give you a foretaste of what's to come, by the way, with their exit through Brexit. It won't be all right on the night of the 2nd of January, whatever happens with the deal. It's going to take years to get back to some sort of equilibrium, bound to. Until then, it'll be like a roller coaster ride. Very expensive, and it'll make you feel sick. A Sainsbury's spokesmodel said, we've seen unprecedented demand for our home delivery service in the run-up to Christmas. This year, more than ever, we strongly encourage communities to support one another during the festive period by sharing deliveries and shopping for others when they can. Yeah, be kind. He don't know us very well, do he? People will be climbing over each other in order to get the last turkey or the last toilet roll. A Morrison's spokesperson said at the moment there's limited slots available online. Yeah, I bet there are. An Asda spokesperson said that delivery slots were few and far between, and that because their lorries are not dispatched on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, Wednesday will be the cut-off to get a booking. Yeah, best of luck with that. I'm going to do the shop in person. I want to touch and feel and sniff the produce, and I don't want someone I know fondling my meat.
Disgusting.
No one gets to touch my plums except me.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, I really wanted to talk about America, but just to start off, you're saying about all the daily...
Stop. Are we on speakerphone?
No.
Why is it so echoey?
I don't know.
Which room are you in?
Bedroom.
Okay, then. Carry on.
I was going to say about the delivery slot bit.
Yes.
I don't know why that is something of a problem, because all the shops are absolutely rammed.
Are they?
Whenever you go past a supermarket, it's they're absolutely queuing up outside the door, and you go past the shopping mall, and they're absolutely heaving.
Are they?
Yeah. It's mental.
I read today that the opposite is the truth, that compared to this time last year, there's hardly anybody on the streets at all. Nobody in the streets and nobody in the shops. And they may be queuing outside a supermarket, but that's just because they don't allow many people to go in a supermarket.
Well, I don't know. I reckon they're going to double the infection rate before what you described as the greatest super spreader event in history at Christmas. But anyway, what I found out about was America. Mitch McConnell congratulated Biden this week and said what a great guy was. He'd served America and done all the bits and pieces. And Trump's still rattling on that he's been robbed.
Yeah, well, you know why?
Well, yeah, because he's an idiot. But.
Well, yeah, that's just taken as read. No, the reason why Donald Trump is continuing with this charade is because he's at the same time sending out emails to all of his fans on their database saying, send money in now so we can stop the steal. It's a money gathering operation, and hundreds of millions of dollars have poured in it to his personal bank account. He's saying that it'll go to our legal defense fund, but the small print says that only if you donate something, I think it's $7,000, only after you donate $7,000 does it go to the legal fund. Everything up to $7,000 goes to Donald Trump's personal trouser pocket. It's a money-making exercise, and the rubes are falling for it, hook, line, and sinker.
I think you're right, but talking about the legal point, what actually sort of triggered all this was, I thought, Donald Trump appointed 3 people to the Supreme Court, all Republicans. But when I thought about it a bit further, I thought, well, who are they going to be loyal to? Donald Trump or Mitch McConnell? So when Donald Trump ends up in court for having opposed Mitch McConnell effectively, who are they going to be loyal to? So he's appointed these 3. I reckon these 3 that he's appointed will actually be critical in convicting him when he comes up.
One of the things that surprises Donald Trump so much about this is that he cheated so much and still lost. He can't believe that he successfully cheated this much by hobbling the post office, getting his fans to vote in person, knowing that Democrats were going to vote more by post in the teeth of a pandemic. He took sorting machines out of post offices. He took post boxes off streets. He cancelled overtime at the post office. He made sure that people didn't work past their shift to clear the backlog. He basically tried to bring down the post office and then insisted that his fans go and vote in person. So and has been for years trying to put the idea in people's mind that postal votes equals a crooked result, but they don't. And he himself, of course, voted by post, which is something that he doesn't like to publicise. But so that's one of the ways in which he cheated his face off. But he still lost. That's the part that he doesn't understand, because in his mind, if he doesn't cheat somebody, they are cheating him. His whole life has been like that. If he wins, it's not enough. He has to win, and you have to lose for him to feel as though you haven't got one over on him. Unless he is cheating you, he feels that you must be cheating him. That's his mentality.
Absolutely.
And the other part is, like I said, it's a money-making exercise.
Absolutely, Nick.
And the judge's issue that you brought up is he expected it to be his get-out-of-jail-free card. And he doesn't understand how he can have given somebody a job and they just won't give. It's like quid pro quo, that they won't then just do him a favour in return rather than abide by the law.
Yeah, absolutely. And one other thing is that his relative who wrote a book about him said he's nasty and vindictive, and what's he done? He's fast-tracked 5 executions, 3 of them the week before Biden takes over.
Yeah, he wants to get his killing in while he still can. Yeah,
absolutely.
And to please the evangelical Christians who define themselves by the abortion issue, which is all about the sanctity of life. So they're all about insisting that all lives matter up to birth, but then after birth, while you're on your own.
There we go.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Roberta in Boreham Wood says, aren't you going to mention Rees-Mugg's speech about how UNICEF should be ashamed for helping hungry children in the UK? Please do. Oh, pretty please. Do I have to? That man. There was a good article about this in The Guardian. I'll give you a brief taste. Sharon Ford is one of 84 parents at Hollydale Primary School in Southwark, in South London, whose children will now be able to eat breakfast over the Christmas holidays, thanks to a shock intervention by the UN agency UNICEF UK. It is the first time in its 70-year history that the aid charity tasked with providing humanitarian aid to children worldwide has launched a domestic emergency response, pledging a grant of £25,000 to the community project School Food Matters to supply 18,000 nutritious breakfasts to 25 schools over the 2-week Christmas holidays and the February half-term. My children can have full bellies over Christmas now, which means that I will have the money to eat properly myself too, says Sharon Ford. During lockdown, I was surviving on one meal a day so that the kids could eat. There just isn't the money anymore to buy food for us all and pay the rent too. Sharon Ford and her 2 young children have never needed help before, but she says the pandemic tipped me over the poverty line. Losing 20% of my salary under furlough was not sustainable when the rent stayed the same and my bills increased because we were at home all the time. And Sharon Ford was outraged to hear about Jacob Rees-Mogg's attack on UNICEF on Thursday when he said that the charity's support for British children was a scandal and a political stunt of the lowest order. How is that man in Parliament? I mean, who is voting for him? You know, if this country if the people here weren't so well trained to doff our caps in deference to anyone with a clipped accent and an air of superiority, then we would not be in this position now, being overseen by a phalanx of old Etonians, whose knowledge of life is summed up by the figure 0. What do you know, Smee?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
There you go, in a nutshell. They just can't... People like him cannot conceive of being poor. I mean, if you've got 100 million quid in a bank and you have spent your entire life being taken care of, never even considering that you would be in want of funds for anything, then of course you can't conceive of being in need. And people like that also adopt this air of superiority because they believe that they have only got to where they are through their own hard work and genius. Whereas, in truth, they just got lucky. It's always like that with people of that nature. The reason they have no empathy is because they believe that if you are poor, it's because you have chosen to be poor. It's because you are lazy and feckless and stupid, and you have failed to get on in life because of all of the above, not because you just got unlucky. You happen to be born to parents who weren't millionaires, who didn't live in a mansion. You weren't brought up by a nanny. You didn't get a leg up in life by some financial advisor who bunged you 100 million quid to start your own fund, for instance. But they ignore all of that, and they just see the results and congratulate themselves on being geniuses. That's why they don't care about anybody else, is because they think that anybody beneath them on the ladder is beneath contempt. You're just too stupid and lazy to have not become a millionaire, you idiots, is the thinking. What I don't get is that ordinary people still vote for people like that. It's because we have, like I said, been trained. It's still as though we're living life in black and white. We are trained to doff our caps, practically bend the knee in front of anybody with a clipped accent and an air of superiority. Like Smee.
I don't know anything.
Yeah. Cyber Squatter tweets, sadly, Edinburgh no longer reeks so strongly of hops as it used to. The big brewery in the West End was shut down about 12 years ago. They were going to build a big bank HQ on the site. It's still empty. Oh, really? God, I used to love that smell. Because my school was right bang in the middle of Edinburgh, and that smell of hops used to hang over the place. Old Ricky. Loved it. I can still smell it now. But it's gone. Yeah, things change, but not necessarily for the better. Am I right? 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Oxford. Hello, Leslie.
Hello. I was going to say about my Christmas plans.
Yes.
I'm planning to visit my parents.
Right.
With a butt. I'm going to swab myself with a half-an-hour swab.
What does that mean?
It kind of tells me if I test positive to COVID within half an hour.
Right. But is that 100% accurate? No.
It's about 95%, but I mean...
Is that right, though? Where did you get that information from?
The packet.
The packet? Well, where did you buy it?
The instructions, they've been issued out at my place of work.
Oh, where did you work?
And I work for the NHS.
Ah, right. Okay, the NHS. See, I thought that those the test and trace, the contract. What is it?
Contact tasting, testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yeah, something like that. I thought that they were inaccurate. I thought it was an accuracy level of about sort of 40-50%.
I've read the packet and it says about 95%.
Wow.
And I'm comparing them to other swabs I'm taking, which are more effective, and they all seem to be consistent so far. So
have you done a swab yet?
I've done them from both the different kinds of swabs I use, and
what's
I've been consistent. I've not worn a mask much since the beginning of the outset.
What? Why not?
Because I'm exempt.
Okay.
I wear one of those plastic face coverings when I go around Sainsbury's, but...
Right. They're weird. Are they comfortable to wear? It doesn't look comfortable.
Touch wood, it's more comfy than wearing one of those other things like Temple.
Okay.
But I have consistently tested...
It does make you look like an arc welder. You are aware of that, aren't you?
I have consistently tested negative.
Yeah. Negative.
March.
Mm-hmm. But what?
I've consistently tested negative since March.
Yes.
Touch wood.
Right. Are you? Is there anything within touching distance that's made of wood? Probably not.
Yeah, my chair is made of wood.
Like I said. Yeah, you're sitting on it right now.
Yeah.
So what's the process of getting swabbed then?
Which ones? So the half-an-hour ones.
Yeah.
You have a little buffer.
A what?
And there's a bit of buffer. So like
a buffer.
Liquidy stuff.
What, like a bumper? You go pull up to the bumper.
So you have to put 6 droplets of liquid into...
Oh, liquid?
Yeah.
What kind of liquid?
It's just clear liquid into a bottle.
Right.
And you have to swab the nose and the throat.
Oh, my God.
And then you have to mix it in the buffer. Then you have to put it in the cartridge.
Oh, that's awful.
Quick.
but when you stick it up your nose, you know it's got because when you get a medical professional to do it, then they stick it in the back of your throat to make you gag twice,
I do that as well.
and then you have to stick it up up your nose till your eyes water.
Yep, I do that, yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay then. Now, breaking news. Dan in London texts, your caller is this is you now. You are incorrect. The self-testing is a trial and is only 60% accurate and can give false readings. I work for the NHS and I'm on the self-test trial, says Dan in London. So what do you think about that?
I'm just going by reading the packet, which the packet clearly says 95%.
Yeah, but they would say that, though, wouldn't they?
But,
I mean, it says all sorts of things on a packet. Only the crumbliest, flakiest chocolate tastes like chocolate never tasted before, it says. Is that true?
If you sort of don't, if you don't do certain things, then you never will, sort of thing.
What does that mean?
I think this pandemic will end when we kind of raise up and kind of just go about our lives, basically.
Right. Have you been jamming that thing too far up your nose?
Of course not. No, you kind of get used to it.
Right.
But I kind of try and compare them to the other swabs I've been doing.
Right. Compare and contrast.
And they've been which the other swabs are apparently more reliable, so I'm told.
And do you come out positive, or...?
I've been consistently negative.
Negative. Yes. Well, I hope that it continues to be that way and that you have a happy Christmas.
Yep.
All right, thanks a lot.
Same to you. Stay safe, everybody.
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, don't worry about that. I'm getting sick to death of people telling me to stay safe. Yeah, I know. Cyber Squad... No, I've read that. This tweet says, apparently A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens was not on the reading list at Eton. Perhaps somebody could get Rees-Mogg's nanny to read it to him in advance of those ghosts that will be visiting him on Christmas Eve. Yeah, what do you think about that, Smee?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
0345 6060 973. Tom in Maidenhead says, Nick, did you know you can walk on custard? What? Did you know you can walk on custard? Fill a swimming pool with custard and you can walk on it. Check YouTube. Now, is he calling me a tube or is he asking me to check on YouTube? Either way, rude. No, I won't. You cannot walk on custard. But if somebody is doing that on YouTube, I would definitely like to see that. Somebody's filled a swimming pool with custard on YouTube. I would like to see that. Maidstone, hello, Trish.
Hello. Sorry, I've got this picture of you walking on custard.
Yeah, me too.
I just really phoned to say, first of all, thank you. You've been one of the lights in this rather dull and dreary year.
Oh, thanks.
And it's been good.
Well, that's nice of you to say. Cheers, Trish.
Okay, what I wanted to really say was I had my first COVID injection tonight.
Oh, right.
And it's not just, it was no problem at all. It didn't hurt. It was terribly well organised and all the rest. Although I have to say I got a call at 7 o'clock to say, would I like to come and have it? Because actually I'm not 80, I'm 79.
79 years old?
Yeah. And I think they must have run out of 80-year-olds. and they needed to use it up because it's frozen and all that stuff. But anyway, I'm hugely grateful. And what I didn't really count on was that, I sort of went and I thought, yes, oh good, well, it gets out of the way. But this enormous sense of relief that you have, and gosh, I can go back to being me.
No.
Oh,
no,
yes,
you can't.
No, I want to go back to being me.
No, you
I
can't.
Like me.
But didn't they explain this to you, that you're not actually protected yet?
No, I know that. No, but I've only got to get through to the 8th of January, and then I think it's another week or so, and you're pretty much protected. And then you can go back to doing things for other people and actually being yourself.
Yeah, acting like a real human being again.
Yeah, all that. And this feeling. I was driving home, it's only sort of 3-minute drive, in my car going, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, feeling like an absolute idiot, but just saying, thank you, thank you. Yes, like that, just like that.
So when they give you the second one, because the flu vaccine doesn't work straight away, does it? Yeah, well, as soon as you've had the flu vaccine, then I think you've got to wait another month before you go and interact with somebody who's got the flu for you to be protected-ish.
Interestingly, one of the questions they asked was, have you had the flu vaccine in the last week?
Yeah.
But I hadn't. I had one about a month ago.
So does that mean that you wouldn't have been able to get...
Yeah, I think if you've had it in the last week, you probably can't have this.
Because I thought about that before getting the flu vaccine. I thought, has anybody actually checked whether you can get both? Because wouldn't that be annoying if you got the flu vaccine and they said, oh, well, if you've had that, you can't have this.
Yeah. No, but it's you know, I know there are people who are hesitant about having this because, you don't know what's in it, all the rubbish that's been out there. But please, if, just do it.
Well,
you won't believe it, how much better you feel if you're able to have it. Have it.
You do understand that Bill Gates has put microchips in the vaccine, and he's probably controlling your thoughts right now like a robot.
I know, and I just welcome it. It's so lovely to have a nice microchip. Haven't had one of those.
I can't wait to have to not think for myself. Wouldn't that be great?
Absolutely, yes. So if I sound cheerful, it's Bill Gates cheerful.
Yeah. All right. We appreciate it, Bill Gates.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the chips. All right. Cheers, Trish. 0345 6060 973. So is that a bloke walking on custard then?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
It's a whole video.
But it's okay. So it looks like a pool. It's a smallish pool, about 6 foot across and at least 12 foot long. And it's full of yellow. Now, I don't know whether the pool is actually just 6 inches deep and they painted yellow on the bottom of it. There's not actually a pool at all. It's just a slight recess in the ground. Or whether it's 6 foot deep full of custard, because that's a hell of a lot of custard. But there's a bloke standing on it. Standing on the skin of the custard. Impossible. I don't believe it. But then there's crowds of people surrounding the pool, and it looks like they can't believe it either. So there's something bizarre going on there. Huh. So is this a recent phenomenon?
Yeah, there's a cement mixer that poured all the custard in.
Right. So you can't eat it then. Don't eat the custard that comes out of a cement mixer.
Warning, warning.
That is excellent advice. I think you will agree. Lorraine in Birmingham says, Nick, the idiots that vote Tories in and believe the right-wing trash about poverty drive me insane. Not about a poverty drive, but about poverty, drive her insane. Insane in the membrane, insane in the brain. She says, maybe they'll reap what they have sown. Yeah, I just don't get it. How can people that aren't millionaires vote to Jacob Rees-Mogg to be their MP? I mean, in what parallel universe do you think that he has your interests at heart? It's just mystifying to me. That he understands your condition. I don't get it. I really don't. But, that's this country up and down. We just feel such deference for those who act superior. Because it is an act. No one speaks like that outside of films or comedy sketches. Mind you, in the 40s and the 50s, everybody spoke like that. You see those old black and white films of, like some old deer will be interviewed in the street about, the rationing or something like that. And they'll all speak quite like that, like the Queen a bit. Like they're all trying very hard. Which is where this came from.
Disgusting.
There was a woman in the street being interviewed about, I think it was rationing. And my husband goes down the pits and he has to survive on this rationing. It's disgusting, she said. So everybody used to speak like that, but this bloke is sort of fashioned this act. It is an act, just like Bozo's got an act. It's not real. It's pantomime. But boy, do we ever doff our caps. Genuflecting before them we are. All they've got to do is adopt a superior mien, and we're on our knees in front of them. It just, it's genuinely mystifying to me. I don't get it. Kim in Wimbledon says, Jacob Rees-Moggs, his area of North Somerset was not put in Tier 3. I'm no conspiracy theorist, however, staunch support of Boris, and this clown-fest government gives me the chills. Well, what is it about this government that makes you think that they're a bunch of clowns?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You know, apart from all of the evidence. Here is a call in Surrey. Sam.
Hi there, Nick. How you doing?
I am good, thanks. Now, whereabouts in Surrey are you? Are you anywhere near Waverley?
Oh, no. Where is that? Is that near Guildford or somewhere like that?
I have no idea, but it's apparently the only area of Surrey, as far as I'm aware, that is not in Tier 3.
Right. You know, there's the funny thing about this tier business, and they say that COVID is spreading here. You know, COVID, if you leave it alone, it doesn't go anywhere.
Huh?
The only way it travels is on people.
Yes.
You know, they don't get that, do they? I mean, you know...
Well, it's on air. It comes out of people.
It comes out of people. Yeah. And if people didn't breathe that air, it would all stay... I don't know why we just don't lock down the country entirely.
We've done that.
Just for a month. Yeah, we never do it properly, though.
Yes,
do
we do. We've done that already. Twice.
Really? Okay. Listen, I was really impressed by something you said. You said that one day, Bill Gates, you're going to have a chip in all of us and you won't have to think for yourself anymore.
Yeah, we'll be controlled like robots.
Affirmative.
It's already happening.
Oh, my God.
If you go and join these big organisations, like, for example, Police Force, NHS, it's all run on algorithms now. And I was actually speaking to a lady just come out of hospital, and they were urging her, now, when you get out, you must tell the doctors if there's anything wrong with you. It's really important because they assess you on algorithms.
Algorithms.
Exactly. And counselling there, you know, you used to have, like, professional counsellors.
What do you mean what do you mean they assess you on algorithms?
On agorithms, yeah. What happens is you're waiting to go out the hospital, you just had an operation. Instead of them actually saying, how are you? They ask you specific questions that are all about trying to get you out as quickly as possible.
Right.
And if you're not careful, if you're someone who's sort of oh yeah, I'm fine, put on a brave front, you're going to be straight out the door because they're not really that qualified anymore to assess you.
Who, doctors?
So that, yeah, it's true. Yeah, everything
Rubbish.
is being downgraded. Well, let me give you another example. Counsellors. Counsellors used to be people that had a lot of experience in life. They'd gone out and done a bit of training and they got registered and they'd go in and do, you know, counselling or therapy in the NHS or elsewhere. But now what's happening is people coming straight out of college. They haven't even got a registration and they're doing counselling, but they do it by algorithms. They sit there with sheets of papers and tick sheets. And they ask you to say, you know, ask you this question, that question, and you tick away.
Right.
And at the end of it, they give you advice or, you know, they get you to talk your own way through it without actually making any significant difference. Now, let me tell you about the computers,
But
Nick.
now, you're suggesting that a computer making a decision based on all of this information would make a worse decision than a human being, but that ain't necessarily so.
Well, I'm afraid it is because
I'm afraid it isn't.
Yeah, don't be afraid.
You're only suggesting that it is worse for a computer to make a decision if you feed it all of this information because you believe in something called human intuition, which is often wrong.
Not as much as the computer is wrong.
I'm sorry, but that's not true.
Well, it must be a problem with your computer.
It must be, isn't a fact, though, is it? It's your perception. It's your bias towards human intuition.
Let me tell you about the computers. The problem is that the computers are skewed to create certain outcomes.
You don't think people aren't?
No, well, it's like this. You get a lot of people who have a devotion, like nurses and doctors, and they go into a profession because they really do care. Most of them are fantastic. They're our heroes. But then on the other side...
I think that we have got to get over this. The people who work in the medical profession are heroes. They are people. Some of them are great. Just like some people who pick up your rubbish at 5 o'clock in the morning. Some of them are great. And some of them are awful, evil, nasty people who are serial killers. I mean, the most successful serial killer in this country of all time was a GP.
Yep, absolutely right. Let me just explain the difference here. What we've got is these stars and heroes, yes, and there are others we know who are damn lazy and others
they're
who
just
are quite
people.
destructive.
They're not heroes, they're not stars or any of the other things that you're talking about. They're just people like everybody else.
I think they have more than their fair share of heroes, Nick, because a lot of people are drawn to that profession.
you could say that the military have more, or the fire service.
Yeah, well, you could do. But listen, let me just stick on this one for the minute. So what happens is you have a business model behind the NHS. Now, that's the problem. The business model wants to be paid on results, but the results they want aren't the results the patient wants. So you're kind of gaslighted into going down this little route of ticking boxes, and you're then thrown out the organisation as soon as they can get you out the door. They
want to get you.
And they don't care what happens.
I think everything you're saying is wrong. I don't know where you're getting all this stuff from. You're probably reading the internet, Sam.
Warning! Warning!
Stop reading the internet. Algorithms only exist in the manner that you find them because people introduce the information that makes them make those decisions. It's not computers that are wrong. It's a person thing.
It can only be attributable to human error.
I think that is completely correct in every respect. Human error is where it's at. Don't be frightened of computers. Computers are only doing what humans tell them to do. But they're doing it quicker and more efficiently. Boris Johnson's cancelled Christmas. I went for a disco nap at about 3:30 this afternoon, looking forward to the festive season, and when I woke up about an hour later, it had been removed from my diary. God, talk about knocking the glitter off our baubles. He's pulled the plug on the Christmas lights, returned the presents to the store, cancelled the delivery slot, and resealed the champagne. 18 million people will be having what rhymes with white Christmas. Exactly. Apparently there's a new mutant strain of the coronavirus, which, they insist, isn't worse than the one that we're used to, but is easier to catch. Although, if you read some stories in the newspapers, they say that they're not sure whether it's worse than the one that we're used to or not, which implies that it may be. Maybe they're waiting to deliver that bad news later when we're all calmed down from what we've heard today. It's easier to catch, though. They have told us that. And because of that, a third of England, including London, and swathes of the home counties are, as of midnight, stuck into a brand new tier. They've gone one louder. They've brought out tier 4. And you know it's bad because of that word swathes. No sentence that includes the word swathes is delivering good news. And that means non-essential shops are forced to shut, which did mean that, as you've heard on the news, people went berserk. They're still out there now, madly grabbing at goods. It's anything that's still on the shelf. Non-essential shops are forced to shut. Of course, if you run a non-essential shop, it's very essential to you. I bet Jeff Bezos is going to wake up laughing from wherever it is that he's ensconced himself. Non-essential shops forced to shut. That means Jeff Bezos can add another couple of zeros to the end of his net worth. And the high street, which was just about getting back to its feet after beating the count, is knocked back to the canvas. And restaurants and pub trade, of course, they were taken out of the ring on a stretcher in the previous round. And travel restrictions are in. As you will be. In. On the big day, because there's a stay-at-home order for Christmas Day itself. Even though Boris Johnson insisted just days ago that it would be inhuman, in his words, to axe the 5-day festive bubbles. And for the rest of England, up to 3 households now only allowed to mix on Christmas Day itself, rather than between December the 23rd and the 27th, which seems a bit odd. Because if this new strain is so easy to pass on, surely it's going to go around the Christmas table in 1 day just as easily as it will in 4. But I suppose the government knows what it's doing. It's not just England. Wales has announced it's going into a full lockdown from midnight and will follow suit by slashing bubbles to a single day. That's a B for the A to Z, by the way. Assuming that we're all still here on Christmas Eve, the A to Z of 2020 starts on Christmas Eve, and it'll be B for bubbles, I betcha. But in the meantime, Wales is joining us too, joining England from midnight. Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland said at her own press conference that a ban on cross-border travel is being upgraded. You're being upgraded. And the law is going to be changed to cut bubbles to 1 day. Again, either you can catch this thing easily or you can't. And if you can, 1 day isn't any better for a get-together than 4. Is it? But it gets worse than that. But I'll come to that in a minute. And all this is because the Prime Minister says he was presented with compelling evidence only yesterday about the spread of this new strain, which seems reasonable. But that didn't stop half of the journalists on that briefing and the politicians who spoke in response asking him why he didn't act sooner. They either say he's acting too prematurely or he's acting too late. He's doing too much or he's doing too little. I mean, I'm not saying I feel sorry for him, but I bet this is not what he had in mind when he won that stonking majority and ascended to the top job on a wave of approval. That didn't last very long, did it, Boris? He said, I know how disappointing this will be, but I've said throughout this pandemic that we must and will be guided by the science. Oh, if I don't hear that phrase again for the rest of my life, it'll be too soon. He said, I know how disappointing this will be. Well, you can only imagine. I tweeted this out. One of my first thoughts was, which minister will be caught around the Christmas table with the 12 of his or her close personal friends? Place your bets. He said, I know how disappointing this will be, but as I've said throughout this pandemic, we must and will be guided by the science, as though science speaks as with one voice. He said, as your Prime Minister, I sincerely believe there is no alternative open to me. Without action, the evidence suggests infections would soar, hospitals would become overwhelmed, and many thousands more would lose their lives. Never has the phrase, as your Prime Minister, caused such despair. Coco the Clown is going to lead us through this. Seriously, was Ken Dodd not available? And his dour act was followed by Doom and Doomer. The twins of Glum. Chief Science Officer Patrick Vallance said there was no sign so far that the mutation would be able to nullify vaccines, which doesn't mean that it won't be impervious to the vaccine. It means they haven't got any evidence that it will be. But as they only just heard about it yesterday, and the laboratories probably don't work at the weekend. Chief Medical Officer Professor Chris Whitty said that the danger was that people moving around the country would seed the variant. This is a bad moment, he said. Well, it's inevitable, isn't it? I mean, I'm no doctor. But if the virus can cross oceans and continents in its old form, it can certainly flood this tiny country in a more infectious form, can't it? But at the moment, they're making out that this thing can be contained. And the new Tier 4, dubbed the stay-at-home alert level, is going to be imposed on all existing Tier 3 areas in the southeast. And that includes, but is not limited to, Kent, Buckinghamshire, Berkshire, Surrey, excluding Waverley, Gosport, Havant, Portsmouth, Rother, Hastings, London, Bedford, Milton Keynes, Luton, Peterborough, Hertfordshire and Essex, including Colchester, Uttlesford and Tendring. Which sounds like names that somebody just made up. There's no such place. Why excluding Waverley, by the way? All of Surrey, which is a massive area, but not Waverley. Why not? What's so special about Waverley? But to live in Uttlesford or Tendring, eh? And Tier 4 is pretty much like the total lockdown that we had in November. Everything must close. Non-essential retail must close, as well as leisure facilities and personal care such as hairdressers. So if you haven't got your hair cut in now, you lose. Look at the state of you. Places of worship, though, can stay open, which is the truly weird thing that I was talking about just moments ago. You're safe as long as you're singing about an invisible space wizard? What sense does that make? Oh, and you can't mix your tears, like spirits. And all this will apply for at least 2 weeks, they say, and I wouldn't bet on it ending then either. I'm pre-cancelling Valentine's Day to save time later. And all this comes into effect without a vote in Parliament, because of what's called the incredibly fast-moving events, and there are apparently no plans to recall MPs, because they're all on holiday, of course. They decided that they've done enough for the year, surveyed the smoking ruins of the country, and awarded themselves a 3-week break. But apparently many of the Tories are angry. They're more angry than the leader of the opposition, who said, the PM was saying 3 days ago, have a merry little Christmas. Just when we need leadership, we've got inconsistency and confusion, said Keir Starmer. And then he gave the PM his patented stare. God, it must be like being savaged by a teddy bear. With great hair. And Johnson tried to cheer us up at the end of the briefing, before they got the charts out, by saying, of course there is now hope, real hope that we will soon be rid of the virus. He said that prospect is growing with every day that passes and every vaccine dose administered. Yeah, but the problem with holding out hope for that, though, is, first off, it's the government that will be in charge of its rollout. So there's that. And second, even if they vaccinate 1 million people a week, as unlikely as that sounds, it will still take 2 years to vaccinate 80% of us. I'll just pause and let you take that on board. If this government manages to get its act together and vaccinate 1 million people a week, it will take 2 years to vaccinate 80% of us. Meanwhile, of course, business is freaking out. Let's have Cardiff. Hello, Andy.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
All right, thanks.
Just ringing to say, look, I'm self-employed. I live in Cardiff. I employ a couple of people, and the news this evening is just devastating.
Right. What do you do?
We own a small tyre company in Caerphilly.
Right.
And the news that's come in has just been absolutely devastating. We're very lucky, mind. We're one of the few companies that are allowed to stay open.
Yeah, I was going to say, you are an essential business, aren't you?
Yeah, we are very, very lucky.
You can't drive without tyres.
That's true, but the problem is, as you probably know, we've watched the 6 o'clock news every day recently. Trucks can't get into the country because of Brexit, and that's not even here yet.
Well, I don't think it's because of Brexit yet. I think it's because of a container lorry or containers shortage, because they're all full of PPE and other issues. But yeah, it's not going to get any better, I wouldn't think, anytime soon.
No, and January is just going to make a massive problem worse, because that's when apparently the official deadline is for Brexit.
Yeah, this is going to, what we're talking about now is going to make it worse, most probably, because if this this new variant is just associated with this country, which it may be, then you wouldn't think that the French are going to be delighted with vast numbers of lorry drivers coming from here to there. So I would expect if there are delays now, then just wait.
If the number is true, 70% more contagious, that's absolutely terrifying. Now, I say that because now some people are going to bite back at me because I'm going to say this, but I have actually asked people to leave my business for not wearing a mask.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Look, one guy got very angry with me, and the only question I asked him was, well, I didn't. It wasn't a question. It was an explanation. The reason I'm asking you to do this is my dad has COPD. My brother has asthma. Do you still think it's funny that I'm wearing a mask?
Yeah.
He said yes. I said leave.
Right. So he picked a fight with the man with a tyre iron?
No, there was no irons involved.
right.
It was a straight question.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's why we were wearing the masks early. We were scared.
Yeah. Well, with good reason, as you just explained. Yeah. I mean, it does occur to me that if this thing is 70% more infectious or easily caught than the other thing, then is that not just going to speed up the inevitable that we were all just going to get it anyway? I mean, if the vaccine, like I said, if they do 1 million a week, which sounds impossible to me that this government could get its act together to vaccinate that number of people. But if they do, it'll still take 2 years to vaccinate 80% of us. So we're going to have to live with it, right?
Well, it's funny you should say that, because a friend of mine that lost a friend yesterday to COVID, who was actually a young man. He was 41, but he was obese. He was heavy, okay? So he lost his life. And when I apologised and showed my condolences, he said, and the new figures potentially say that it's almost impossible now for you not to come in contact with somebody with it over the next 12, 6, 18 months.
I think the only way that can be prevented is if everybody goes inside and the government goes around and nails your front door shut.
But Nick, that's my problem. I'm a businessman. I'm self-employed. If you do that, that means I'm out of business. So half of me is saying, no, I don't want that to happen. Yeah, I want to pay the boys' wages. I want to keep doors open. And the other half of me is saying, yes, I want that to happen, to keep Dad alive, to keep Mum alive.
Yeah. Well, I understand that. You're in two minds. I get it. Okay, thanks a lot, Andy. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Sheffield. Hello, Jessica.
Hi, Nick.
Jessica.
Nick, to be honest, I mean, after that quite serious call, mine seemed quite flippant, but I'm quite pleased that Boris has cancelled Christmas today, because, I mean, let's face it, you've got to be visually myopic not to have seen that coming, so there's no surprise there. And it's, for me, been a bit of a relief, because all month I've been thinking, who does he remind me of this month? Because I've sort of given a character every month. Last month it was Chucky. It was easy, you know.
Chucky? Who's Chucky?
From Child's Play.
What's
it's
that?
A movie. It's a mad, deranged puppet.
Oh,
that
right.
goes around killing people.
Okay,
Obviously,
I haven't seen the film, but I've seen the poster. Yeah,
I'm not saying he's killing people.
There is a resemblance there. I'll give you that.
It's almost
spooky,
almost uncanny.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But this month, I've now realised today, when he officially cancelled Christmas in his bumbling, oh, I'm really so sorry, you know, it's a tragedy, but, you know, things have got to be done this way. It's Mr. Bumble from Oliver, and I'm so relieved that I've got that out of the way now, that I can kind of carry on and have a nice Christmas.
Right, you stuck him in a pigeonhole, and there he will stay.
Yeah, exactly.
Forever. Yeah.
Yeah. And then just very quickly on the vaccines, my granddad had the vaccine this week.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 88. He had his first jab. It all went very smoothly. There was one thing that I've not really heard reported, and that is that they're making people wait 15 minutes after the jab to see that they don't get some kind of reaction, I guess.
Yeah.
But
that's perfectly normal. I got that when I got the flu vaccine. I got it in a supermarket, and they said, "Don't leave the store. Just amuse yourself in the fresh fruit aisle for 10 minutes, and just to check that you're not going to fall over."
Honestly, Nick, they literally stuck a sticker on him that said 2:48. He couldn't leave until I'm not joking. It was like that,
like a best before date.
Yeah, and part of me kind of admired it, and part of me thought, I'm not really sure that all these kind of pensioners all stuck together in this car park, no social distancing going on, all waiting to be allowed to leave, is such a great idea. But he's had his first jab. He gets his second on the 5th of January. Like I say, he's 88.
Did they tell you or him what period he has to wait after getting the second one before he's actually got some kind of immunity?
You know what? They did not. And I asked a question, because I went in with him, and I sort of said to the doctor, who was very nice and, what you would expect a doctor to be with an 88-year-old bloke that's rocked up for his vaccine. And I did say to him, so when he gets the second, I said, obviously we've got to be careful for the next 3 weeks, haven't we? He said, everyone's got to be careful. I said, yeah, tell Boris that. But I said, what? When he's had the second one, what happens next? And he said, well, hopefully he's all right. It means he can potentially have more contact with people than he's had before.
Yeah, but if it's like the flu vaccine, then you're not safe straight away. I think it takes weeks, doesn't it? Why am I asking you? Yeah, I don't know why I'm asking you.
I don't know why you're asking me either. I'm starting to feel like I might be making things up that I can't kind of verify.
Well, that's okay. That's so 2020. Just make it up and throw it out there, and it becomes a fact.
Just say it on Zoom. If you say it on Zoom and you're not muted yourself, then it happened.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we'll be doing a lot of that this Christmas. It'll be a Zooming Christmas, no doubt about it. Thanks a lot, Jessica. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Paul Simpson in Lewisham says, all those people whining about Christmas being cancelled are not even Christian. Well, what's that got to do with it? Christmas isn't about Jesus anymore. It's about buying stuff that people won't want with money that you haven't got. It's about eating way too much and drinking far too much and watching rubbish on TV. It's got nothing to do with religion anymore. Anyway, it says all these people whining about Christmas being cancelled are not even Christian. They're all atheists who just want to use this Christian festival as an opportunity to get drunk and to vomit the contents of their belly into the gutter. Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's not using the Christian festival. The Christian festival is using a pagan festival. Because that's what this time of year is. That's what they chose now. I mean, apart from it being the shortest day, which is coming up any moment. Hey, there's some good news to hang on to. In a couple of days' time, it's going to be the shortest day. After which, it gets lighter. Doesn't it come around quick? Sher Khan, or is it Sher Khan? No, that's a horse. Sher Khan says, all Boris's friends live in Waverley. Yeah, well, there's something weird about Waverley. I looked it up on the worldwide weight. It's a bit of Surrey, and I know that Surrey takes up most of the southeast of England. It's a huge county. But why they say Surrey except Waverley just seems perverse. I mean, Waverley is it not, surrounded by Surrey? So if Surrey's got it, then surely Waverley in Surrey has got it. That's just, I mean, that they would say that, it just seems suspicious, doesn't it? Like they've just written out a cheque for £108 million and posted it to Waverley. This says, the good news is all football can continue, which means teams within Tier 4 zones can host games and travel to games across the country. It's official, the country is mad. Stay safe, says Mike. Thank goodness for football. I mean, you know, some people like to read a book. They still make them, apparently. Some people like to just stare out the window. Some people like to drink heroin first thing in the morning. But football is one of those things you can just watch and you can turn your brain off and just forget about all this and concentrate on something that doesn't really mean very much, but actually means a lot. So, yeah. And I don't even mind if they do have to go back to fake crowd noise, just as long as they don't cancel the season, because that would be just about the living end, particularly as it seems to be a wide open premiership this year. Good. And what about Leeds, eh? Let's go with Walthamstow. Lucky. Is that your name?
Yeah, hello?
Is that your name or your condition?
No, that's my name. I just can't believe that I'm speaking to you. I didn't expect to speak to you, sir.
Yep, believe it.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my call. I want to say I'm a big fan. I enjoy the show. Only thing is I'm missing the sound effects tonight.
Right, well, hold your breath. They'll be with you shortly.
Okay, that's very nice to hear, sir.
Is that it?
I'm still speechless. So I'm
okay. Well, then I'm glad you called. Speechless. That's how we want our callers. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. I assume that was it. On the phone, Dr. Mike Galsworthy, Science and Health Policy Expert, Director for Scientists for You and March for Change, which is an organisation that campaigns for citizen empowerment. Are you feeling empowered, Dr. Mike?
Not particularly at the moment. I think a lot of us are feeling very restricted indeed. March for Change is also actually the official secretariat for the All-Party Parliamentary Group on coronavirus. So we've been investigating this with an inquiry all the way through. The chair of that is Layla Moran MP.
Right, and so does any of this surprise you that we've heard today?
It surprises me how quickly this new variant is taking off, and I think that's the thing that has particularly spooked the government. I mean, we could see that the rates of coronavirus in the country were too high for them to go through with their original Christmas plans, but I think the takeoff that you're seeing in the east of England, London and the southeast is really something that made them jump to it and has got them quite scared.
Did it make any sense to actually plan for this pause in sort of fighting it over Christmas when it seemed blindingly obvious to even an ignoramus such as myself that the virus is going to spread around the Christmas dinner table over one day just as well as it would 5?
Yeah, well, I mean, you could have. As I talked to your colleague Clive Bull back in mid-October, after SAGE had made their recommendations to have a lockdown then, and Keir Starmer had been backing that up, if you had locked down from mid-October through to end of November, fully compensating everything, then as you got into December, if you'd managed to get the levels right down and avoided that second wave, then you could allow people to be able to, at their own discretion, take more risks, and you could have had in place a better sort of test and trace system, and then so people aren't meeting up before they go and get tests personally, and get all of that in place. But that's not what happened. The government delayed and delayed and delayed as the cases were rising, and then we got into November before they did anything, and then they thought they would throw away November in order to save December and save Christmas, but they didn't, did they? Because it was too late, and they had already broken the trust and engagement of the public by going through this boom and bust cycle that they've been through so many times. So this complete lack of stability has meant that it's been clear to us from the beginning of, December onwards that this was a pretty high-risk strategy, and it's become just a lot more so of late.
Isn't it true, though, that lockdowns don't work in the long term? They work in the short term, just as if you built a prison and put everybody in individual cells, then the rate of the infection would go down, of course. But if eventually you let people out of their prison, then it's just going to course through the country again.
Well, lockdowns do work. Look at New Zealand. As soon as it came in, complete lockdown, strict early behaviour, got their test and trace systems up and running, and then they got to a stage whereby they could just keep coronavirus back at the borders by doing a lot of testing there. And in fact, one of the recommendations that came out of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on coronavirus through the series of inquiries we've over the summer is a COVID Secure UK plan, where basically you do keep everything more restricted for a longer period of time, but in a stable way so that people can plan on it. You devolve the testing and tracing to the local areas, because then you've got that local knowledge and local responsibility and better management, and then you just do a lot more testing at the borders. And you can hold that pattern in a way that also benefits businesses, because they're fully compensated and they know what to plan on, while waiting for vaccines to come in. I mean, at this stage, when we know that we've got vaccines coming along that work, not just one, but a whole portfolio of them, then why on earth are we going boom, bust, and throwing everything into chaos and throwing away the complete obedience of the public like we had it at the beginning? So it's been very, very chaotically managed, but much better managed in many other countries around the world, like New Zealand, like many of the Asian countries.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to compare us to New Zealand, though. I mean, there's 5 million people in that gigantic, empty country, and there's twice that number packed into London. And London is one of the places in the world that is it's the hub of Europe, isn't it? There's tens of millions of people come through airports in London just to go somewhere else. Never mind about staying here. Whereas New Zealand is you couldn't get further away if you'd have to take off from the planet.
Because that's exactly what I was telling your colleague Nick Ferrari at the beginning of the pandemic, when he was saying, look at how low our rates are compared to Germany and France. Is it the English Channel that's protecting us? And I said, no. We're lucky we've had nothing kick off in London yet, because it is such an international hub, and you need to look at travel around the world. Yes, that is a factor, but there are countries like Japan that have, that have done a much better job than us. The threat with London is that you've always got that hub, you've always got that mixing. But then why were we not testing at the borders, in the airports properly earlier? I mean, over the summer, we did have an opportunity to get it down to really low levels. I mean, Scotland did a great job over the summer, and they really, really got it down to low levels. But there was that casualness at the border. Then everything, flooded back when kids were going back to schools, youths were going back to university. And we had Dido Harding said no one was expecting that. Come on, it's ridiculous. Everybody was expecting that this government squandered the summer talking about Operation Moonshot, talking about breaking up Public Health England with no announcement, no plans, other than we're going to rebuild it into an institute modelled on the German one in order to guard against future pandemics, and pursuing all these different insane projects rather than just doing the basics on making sure that we had a well-controlled environment for our businesses and good, basic, simple, straightforward capacity on testing and tracing.
Why has it taken all this time and something of the order of £16 billion to get up a test and trace system, and it still doesn't work, and yet South Korea managed to put its in place for about threepence halfpenny in February?
Yeah, well, we could have done the same thing if we'd built upon the long-standing capacities in our HS and local councils that test and trace for plenty of other diseases. But this government didn't. This government is always about glory shots, the best system in the world. It's all about throwing money at their mates and building impressive centralized systems. We can do an app that's better than Google and Apple. It's ridiculous. And they wasted so much time trying to build new labs, new contact tracing systems, just completely new unicorn tech ways of doing things, rather than investing in the local capacities already there. It's been a harebrained strategy from the start, which has always been about glory shots, which is why Boris Johnson always comes back to, even today, with the sequencing of the genome with this new variant, because we've got the best in the world.
I know.
It's like, shut up for just 1 second and make sure that this variant does not spread everywhere. As they were saying, it might well have done already, but my concern is that now that we've, announced the world that we've got a new variant that's kicking off like the blazes here, that hasn't actually been confirmed elsewhere, or they would have said that it was, then other countries are going to look at us and say, right, Brits aren't coming here, because that increase in transmission rate is something that will really alarm a lot of people.
Okay, you talk about capacity. What about capacity at the NHS? This is their mantra. Always we must protect the NHS. I know several people who work in very high positions in some of the busiest and biggest trusts, hospital trusts in the country. And their position is that this has been the quietest, easiest year, apart from a couple of weeks in April, that they've ever experienced. The hospitals are relatively empty, they say. Their staff are trying to find things to do just to stave off the boredom. So which is it? Are we being overrun, or is there an enormous amount of spare capacity?
Well, where are they based? Because if they're, for example, in Cornwall and Devon, they will have very low rates. But there are places in London that have absolutely been flooded, and they're having horrendous times at the moment.
Well, it's funny that you should say that, because it is London.
Oh, really?
I mean, we keep getting these stories about how busy it is from people that don't actually work in the NHS, but then you talk to people who do work in the NHS, and they'll say, well, I don't know what they're talking about.
Right, well, have a look at the Twitter thread by Rupert Pearce, an ex-colleague of mine, an anaesthetist, talking about the situation at the moment in the London hospitals, and the fact that it was really hard work during the first wave, but because of all the clapping and all of the support, they at least felt that people were on board with their plight, whereas now they're just broken at the end of the year, and situations are getting worse. You also have a problem that lots of people's usual operations and usual diagnostics have been put on hold and kept back, and that should have been caught up with during the summer. When you actually did have lower coronavirus rates, you should have brought all of that back in and make sure you cleared the decks on as much of that as you possibly could before going into winter, when you knew that coronavirus was going to go up again.
Okay, so we have a vaccine now, so they say, and so they say it's going to protect us, but how long will it take? Let's say they manage to do 1 million of us a week, which sounds like an impossibility based on their previous performance, but say they do. What percentage of the population would it take to actually control this thing, to be vaccinated?
Well, classically, herd immunity or population immunity, you need sort of 60 to 70% of the people to have raised antibodies to it, to raise some kind of resistance to it before it's largely buffered. So if, for example, we've got 40 million doses ordered from Pfizer, and then that covers 20 million people, because remember, you need 2 shots, that's about, a third of your population. If about 10% to 15% of the population have already had coronavirus and raised a response to it, as serology studies sort of have indicated, then you're up to about 45%. So it's going to need more than just the Pfizer. It's going to need, the other vaccines in the portfolio coming through. And that's going to take until late spring at best.
Oh, it's going to be way more than that, though, isn't it? I mean, if like I said, they do 1 million a week, which seems an impossibility, but if they manage to get their act together to do that, then it'll take 2 years to vaccinate 80% of us.
Well, it's hard to predict, isn't it? I mean, we just know that it's a massive scale operation, and we're going to have to wait and see. Fortunately, the NHS does have a lot of experience of every winter doing a big sort of rollout of anti-flu jabs. So hopefully, those kind of structures are in place. But, we're going to have to wait and see. The most important thing, of course, is getting those jabs to the elderly, the vulnerable, and those that are highly exposed, like, the frontline health services first. But yeah, I mean, it means that until, late spring or even the summer, we'll have to see. Still, we're going to be having different versions of lockdown/restrictions going on. It's not going to be a fun year, and it's made less fun, of course, by Brexit.
Right. And on that happy note, thanks for your time, Dr. Mike Goldsworthy, Science and Health Policy Expert, Director for Scientists for You and March for Change. Natasha says, if I had to set the present madness to music, what about Tears of a Clown? I fear a list coming on. This says, we were the first country to approve a vaccine, the first to have a COVID variant. That's different, but the same. At least the vaccine still works. Well, we don't know, do we? That's what we're being told. Yet to be tested in the real world. This says, Nick, have a look at Heathrow arrivals for tomorrow. We're still letting people in by the thousands each day, most of whom will have no justifiable reason to be here during a pandemic and will also have no interest in keeping our UK safe. It's a scandal and has been going on since the pandemic began. Well, I'm sure they've got some justifiable reason to be here. I mean, they're not coming here for fun, are they? It's a fun-free zone. if they are actually coming here for their amusement, then they'll be sorely disappointed when they get here. Tottenham. Hello, George.
Nick.
George.
Good show.
Thanks. Good. That sounds like damning me with faint praise. Never mind.
No, not at all. I think we should start looking to other things now. I mean, I know we're a very tolerant society, but how many more deaths are we going to have to endure? How many more jobs are we going to lose? How many more people are going to develop mental illness? We should start apportioning blame to where this virus has come from. No one has mentioned attacking or even mentioning the virus, where it's come from, and what we're going to do to that country that created this pandemic. This is, I mean, I know we're tolerant, but this is just getting out of hand.
Well, what are you suggesting?
Well, at the very least, China should pay trillions of dollars. I mean, at the end of the day, money talks. And if we had a large amount of money that came into this country from China, it would help the national health, it would help jobs, it would help everything. But why should people, unfortunately, this government goes after soft targets. People have a party, they get charged £10,000. They're just going after soft targets. We should go after the people that started this pandemic, and no one's actually mentioned this.
Yeah, but the way you say it sounds as though you're saying that they did it deliberately.
Well, what do you think, Nick? You're a clever man.
Not really.
You don't play about with these sort of viruses. It came out of that. What are they doing with these viruses at the end of the day? Why isn't any questions being asked at the end of the day?
But again, you're saying it as though it was invented by human hands rather than just occurring naturally in the animal kingdom and then being passed through species by whatever method.
I don't accept that argument.
But what do you do for a living, though, George? I mean, are you an epidemiologist? Are you a microbiologist?
No, I work in insolvency, and unfortunately, I hate to say this, Nick, but business is booming. But I don't.
Yeah, no doubt. But it does mean that you're not an expert in this regard, though, George.
No, but from what I've heard, I mean, there's only one person, and I hate to say this.
Don't say it.
I hate to say, there's only one person that's going to do something, and you know who I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. I can't believe it.
And he's leaving next week.
Yeah,
but
thank
why
God.
isn't our government sort of asking at least a few questions? I'm not saying, at least let's get a few questions answered.
But this kind of thing could have happened anywhere. I mean, you think that abattoirs in this country are as clean as an operating theatre in a hospital? There's germs and viruses all over the place. I pulled things out the back of my fridge that could start something like this off.
Listen, I hear you, Nick, but we all know it started in this lab in Wuhan.
No, we don't know anything of the sort. We really don't.
Why isn't someone asking that question? Why are the Americans taking the lead on this? Why aren't we asking some important questions? Why should we suffer?
Right, I don't think America is taking any kind of lead on anything.
Well, listen, at the end of the day, I think it was started by humans, and you're saying animals.
Right. But at the end of the day, George, to be, with the greatest respect, you don't know what you're talking about any more than I do. So it's just all guesswork, isn't it? I mean, we hear that it was started by a bat that got too close to a pangolin, whatever that is, and somebody had pangolin soup. Or some such thing. I don't know, neither do you. I mean, it would take some sort of raving genius to work back from where we are now to how it started. I mean, they did make a film about it, and it was, what's her name, who ate soup in the Chinese restaurant? What's her name? Anyway, it was her fault. But thanks, George. Let's not pick a fight with... we could pick a fight with them, I suppose. We could raise a finger of complaint, but it sounds to me like you're suggesting war. And I think if we actually went to war with China, there'll be but one winner, and it won't be us. 0345 6060 973. Apparently the MP for Waverley, which gets a pass All of Surrey, pretty much the whole of southeast of England, plus other areas, in this brand new, exciting Tier 4. All of Surrey, except, weirdly, Waverley, which has as its MP Jeremy Hunt. Absolutely nobody has any idea what they're doing anymore. Meanwhile, business is freaking out. The British Retail Consortium said that the government's stop-start approach to regulations was deeply unhelpful, which is putting it mildly. Helen Dickinson, Chief Executive of the British Retail Consortium, said, "We recognise that the government has difficult decisions to make and the situation with the pandemic is very fast-moving, but this is hugely regrettable news." Wow, talk about the master of understatement. Deeply unhelpful and regrettable. If I were her, I think I'd be pulling my hair out and throwing my glass across the room. Retailers have invested hundreds of millions of pounds, she said, making stores COVID secure for customers and staff. The consequences of this decision will be severe. You bet your life it will. It's as though this country has been knocked to the canvas. I'll use a boxing metaphor again. We've been knocked to the canvas and we've been counted out to 8, 9, and then we're just about getting up at 9, and then we get knocked back down to the canvas again. This is Helen Dickinson, Chief Executive of the British Retail Consortium. She said, "For businesses, the government's stop-start approach is deeply unhelpful. This decision comes only 2 weeks after the end of the last national lockdown and right in the middle of the peak trading, which so many are depending on to power their recovery. Yeah, it could not possibly have come at a worse time." Yeah, and I've said this before as well. They call it Black Friday, that we have in November, because that's when businesses' balance sheets go from the red into the black. Because people go berserk with the prospect of Jesus' birthday just been around the corner, and they start spending money like drunken sailors. That's what businesses rely on. But to cut them off at the knees now is it'd be it's pretty much the death penalty. You might as well give British business a blindfold and a cigarette. She says, faced with this news and the prospect of losing £2 billion a week in sales for the third time this year, many businesses will be in serious difficulty and many thousands of jobs could be at risk. Millions, I would say. How are we going to get out of this hole? And remember, this is in response to a virus that is, and I hesitate before I say this, but it's true, it's not that deadly. I mean, it takes about 1% of the people that it infects, and that 1% are almost all people who would have died of something else within a year anyway. I mean, the average age of the people dying of this thing is over the national age expectancy. In other words, people who have died of it have already beaten the expectation of them being alive. And speaking to the medical professionals that I know, I mean, the information that I've got is contrary to what that which the doctor was describing, who I was talking to in the last hour. They do work in London, and they were saying that it's really, really quiet. Now, admittedly, this was a week ago that I was talking to them, but that's what they were saying. They're saying that in all their career, they've never known a quieter year. I know that's contrary to everything that we've been told about the NHS, that it's just about barely getting by, but that's not their experience. And this is London. Really, really busy hospital trusts, but ordinarily. But they said this year it's been a breeze. So somebody is disseminating misinformation about this. I'm sure the situation is different from hospital to hospital and area to area. But if some of the busiest hospitals in the land are full of staff who are just wandering around looking for stuff to do, then I don't get it. Anyway, faced with this news, the prospect of losing £2 billion a week, says Helen Dickinson, Chief Executive of the British Retail Consortium, the business will be in serious difficulty. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to look the same, this country, are we, when we emerge, eventually blinking into the light? This whole country is going to have a going out of business sign in the window. Meanwhile, Boris Johnson is facing more flack from his own MPs than he is from the opposition. Tory MPs are furious, fuming, a huge revolt. They were sent into recess on Thursday, of course. They, surveyed the chaos that they have wrought upon the land and patted themselves on the back. There's a good job well done. We deserve a 3-week holiday. Can you believe it? So that's what they're doing, all off on their jollies. The COVID recovery group of lockdown sceptic Tories demanded that the Commons be brought back for a debate and vote on the changes. Well, that won't go down very well with most of our parliamentarians who've already got their shoes off and their feet up and they're smoking a cigar. NHS chiefs have warned that hospitals are already creaking under the strain. Well, really? But the Mail, who is sort of taking a contrary position to all of these protestations from leaders of the NHS who say that we're only just barely getting by, they are doing good work in analysing NHS data. And it's true. The hospitals now are quieter than they normally are at this time of year. I mean, there's no getting around it. The 5-year average for hospital beds in intensive care and just on wards in general, it's quieter now than it is for the 5-year average, as it is normally is much busier than it is now. So it's just mystifying, really. I don't really get that. And I looked down under the Mail online story about this, the cancelling of Christmas and all of the rest of it. I thought, what are the people thinking? And just as I suspected, the best-rated comment online was short and pithy. My plans are made and they won't be changed, it said. Well, I bet that is a thought that is abroad across the land. This says pangolins, sometimes known as scaly anteaters, are mammals of the order of Pholidota. The one extant family, Minidae, has 3 genera. Oh, please. Are you serious? I'm going to read that. Anyway, it is educational, this show, isn't it? No. You look it up yourself if you want to know what a pangolin is. I'm sure it looks revolting, but tastes a bit like chicken, I bet. Torquay. Hello, Holly.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good.
Yes, Holly.
My name's Holly Clamp. I'm a junior doctor working down in Devon at the moment. And honestly, feel the 5-day Christmas break shortened down to just a day is pretty tragic. I think I've found a lot of colleagues have struggled immensely with their mental health, and a lot of junior doctors often live quite far from family due to the nature of the job and how they rotate. And I've already spoken to 3 friends today in tears because they're not going to be able to travel home for Christmas because it's just not feasible in one day.
Yeah.
And having spent 8 months over the first wave of COVID in a GP practice, it's certainly become very evident the impact it has on people's mental well-being, not being able to see family and becoming really isolated. And I'm quite concerned with the fact that, there's going to be a lot of people travelling on Christmas, potentially drink driving to make it back home before Boxing Day. And
why drink driving? Why do you jump to drink driving?
I think because, there'll be a lot of people that will travel on Christmas Day.
But why would they be drunk, though, when they get behind a wheel?
Because, obviously it's... people drink more than they would normally usually over Christmas, and if they've got to drive home that day, my concern would be, we see a lot of driving accidents coming over the Christmas period, and I'm concerned that would increase if people have to travel back home the same day.
Right. Okay.
Rather than maybe having a 2 to 3 day period for Christmas.
Well, okay, I get that, but it's drink driving is just a stupid thing to do. Doesn't matter what time of year it is.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I'm not. Of course, but you know, these things are more prominent around that time of year, and I'd worry that it becomes even more prominent if somebody's got to drive there and back in one day.
Yeah. No, I get that. All right. Okay. Thanks a lot, Holly. 0345 6060 973. Yeah. Don't drink drive, you idiots. But that is, I hadn't really thought about that. But if you've got to go and you can't stay overnight because it's the law on penalty of being, Prissy Patel will come over and slap your legs, then, yeah, I suppose so. If you've got to come back the same day. Another unintended consequence. This says there's only 371 sleeps till Christmas. Felicitations, says John. Yeah, if we're cancelling this Christmas, that's right. Put it in your diary. Only another 371 sleeps till Christmas. Isn't it exciting? This says, this decision 6 hours before instigating is a back of a fag packet stuff. Many packets in number 10, says Ian in Farnham, wherever that is. Sounds like a misspelling to me. Leicester, Christina.
Hi.
Shh.
Hi.
Christina.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Christina.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Thank you for having me today.
Well, thank you for being here.
I'm really, really upset with this new government decision.
Right.
I followed every advice that they give us, and to be honest now, I'm so upset. I can't really...
Well, what were you going to do?
I wanted to go to Bournemouth to see my family.
Very nice.
Yes, I know. Yes. And go.
Yeah.
And go there.
So that's off.
I know. And I feel really sad and upset about it because my son is born on 23rd of December. So we need to replan everything.
So have you managed to get presents for both birthday and Christmas, or does he only get one set of presents?
Oh no, he's going to get two sets of presents.
Right.
Yes. But I'm really, really sad, and I'm really trying to, to be happy about it. But
well, I was talking to somebody last night. I mean, I know this is fairly obvious, but it does put it in mind that you can actually spend Christmas Day with the people that you were going to by, if you got a smartphone, by using Zoom or WhatsApp or one of those things, and you can just chit-chat away for hours, and it's like they're there in the room.
Well, it's not the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. No, it isn't the same thing, but it's something.
I know, but I'm still feeling very sad about it.
Yeah.
Because we did follow every government rule and we worked throughout this pandemic, and it's not really fair now.
Well, but yeah, they keep moving the goalposts, don't they? They say, do this and everything will be fine. And we do that and it's not.
I know, and it's really frustrating. I'm trying to be good about it and respect everything, and then I'm just disappointed about it.
Yeah, well, prepare yourself for further disappointment. That's all I can say. I would expect there to be further disappointment. All right, thanks a lot, Christina. This says, Nick, now with all these lockdowns around the country, it will add more billions to the deficit of the UK economy. If they do not make a deal with the EU now, it won't be a recession, it'll be a depression next year. Yours, John Sligo. Yeah, what's the difference between a recession and a depression? Other than you just feel more miserable with a depression. This says, I backpacked around China many years ago when I was a student. In one rural town, I thought I'd wandered into the local zoo, but it turned out to be the town meat market and was full of all sorts of exotic animals that I couldn't even name. My girlfriend said the Chinese like to eat exotic animals as it's an aphrodisiac, says Dave in Nottingham. Well, there are 1 billion of them, so maybe it works. Well, you know what? We like to eat chickens. I think we chew through about 1 billion chickens a year, and they're dinosaurs. They don't get more exotic than that. Plus, we've got bats here. Bats. The turkey, for one. Maybe it's Ozzy Osbourne's fault. 0345 6060 973. Let's have... who's been waiting the longest? This one here, Wimbledon. Hello, Susan.
Yes, hello, Nick.
Susan.
We've spoken before, you know, when you thought it was funny that the Chinese boiled dogs and cats and other animals alive.
Funny?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think you were. I think you laughed at the time.
I don't think so.
Oh, I think you did.
Well, I don't know. I don't know who you were talking to, Susan, but it certainly wasn't me.
It was you. You thought it was a joke. Anyway.
Well, I didn't. I would. The thought horrifies me that you would boil a dog or any kind of animal alive. So don't come on my show and accuse me of something that I would not nor ever have done. This says, it might be time for people to start mentioning the Great Reset. Oh, here we go. Tinfoil hat conspiracy theory nonsense. It says, might all governments be deliberately destroying national economies in order that the masses will be forced to accept universal basic income, the removal of property rights and assets, and all that goes with it, says Joe of Southfields in London. Well, you know, it is getting harder to discount all conspiracy theories. I mean, when you do discount all other theories, that it's just a general complete incompetence, or they were all taken by surprise, or they're all following the science, despite the fact that many scientists are yelling that they're going in the wrong direction, then it does become more and more difficult to dispute or dismiss all conspiracy theories. But this Great Reset thing, I think you're way off. I think you read a sign at Davos or someplace like that and leapt to the wrong conclusion. But the thing with conspiracy theories is all you need is a scintilla of information, just one tiny fact, and then from that, it's like a seed, from that grows a mighty oak tree. Do oak trees grow from seeds? Probably not. 0345 6060 973. Let's have East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Nick, yeah.
What tier are you in, Mike?
Sorry?
What tier are you in?
3.
3? Oh, blimey. Luxury.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we're in East Yorkshire and we're much lower than Hull, but we're in tier 3 along with them, and quite rightly so, because if that wasn't the case, they'd all pile across and go to our pubs and restaurants and bring it all over here.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I was just amazed that anyone could think that you would find it amusing about boiling dogs and cats alive.
Yeah, what's funny about that?
Absolutely weird. I mean, if anyone's listened to you for any amount of time, they'd realise that you are quite compassionate. Not a sadist. It's just... Anyway, by the by, what I wanted to talk about was the timing of Boris's announcement. Because you were saying earlier on that some people thought he'd acted too quick, some people thought he'd acted too slow.
Yeah.
But you've got to do Boris think. What suits Boris? And had he announced it any earlier, before Parliament went into recess, he would have had so many arrows in his back from his own backbenchers.
Yes.
The ones coming from the Labour Party would have been irrelevant.
I suppose so, yeah. If he'd announced that while Parliament was still sitting, then he would have been surrounded by old duffers yelling at him. But now they've all scarpered to their various second homes, and there ain't nobody there no more.
Absolutely, but the thing is that once Parliament's going to recess, there's only two things can prevent that or bring it back again. One is the Prime Minister asking for it, asking the Speaker, and then the Speaker has to agree, or the government resigning. So he's in control of both. So there is no way Parliament will come out of recess unless Boris Johnson says so. So he's safe until January.
Yeah.
And
well, I'm sure all of this will have been forgotten.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. See, now, I predict that even before all this, I told you over and over again, if people are going to get together over Christmas, it doesn't matter if it's 10 minutes or 4 days. It doesn't make any difference. What difference does it make if it's 1 day or 5? I mean, they've reduced it in much of the country to 1 day. If we're talking about a variant of this virus that is more contractable than the previous one, then it's going to go around the Christmas table. If you're sat around there with your 3 generations of your family for 4 hours, or just as it will with 4 days, and so it's going to go everywhere. So we're going to, the first couple of weeks of January, they're going to have their blooming doom session on TV, you know, that depressing show that they come out with, which does need some jokes, really. Maybe Dancing Girls or something like that. They should introduce baking on that show, just something to pep it up a bit. And they'll be showing us charts that are laden with gloom, and then we'll be all locked in for February. I betcha.
Probably true.
Cancel all your appointments for the second month.
But when you think about it, what he's actually done is Boris has been Mr. Nice Guy because he's given everybody Christmas, and then the super spreader mutant variation has come along, which isn't his fault. Poor Boris. So he now has to lock you down. But he actually gave you all that. He's a wonderful guy, Mr. Nice Guy. That's the way he's playing it. His backbenchers will slaughter him in January. I'm telling you. Steve Baker by Easter.
Mutant Variation. Didn't they support Motorhead? I'm pretty sure I saw them, yeah. Excellent band. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. This says, now these lockdowns around the country... no, I've read that. Backpacked around China. Yep, read that. The Great Reset. Read that too. This is a time that conspiracy theories will flourish, because people are looking for some kind of explanation. And the bald, simple explanation is that this entire thing is a giant cock-up. That one of the first things that Boris Johnson did was to disband the governmental organisation that would plan for a pandemic. You remember that, right? That was one of the first things he did on acceding to the top job. Coincidentally, it was also one of the first things that Donald Trump, his best mate in the whole wide world, did. Curious. Now, either that's a coincidence, it's a cock-up, or it's a conspiracy. Pick one. This says, I'm going with cock-up, because if this was a plan, I mean, just think about it for a moment. It's like the Twin Towers. The planes that went into the Twin Towers. If, as the conspiracy theorists would have you believe, that George W. Bush... Absolutely. And his acolytes actually planned all that, if it was the American government that planned those planes to go into those Twin Towers, you know as well as I do, those planes would have missed. I mean, the ineptitude that is on display from this and every other government in the Western world is just staggering. How could they possibly have enacted a plan and made it work so brilliantly? Unless all this time, for decades now, they have been actually kidding on about being a kaleidoscopic clown show, when actually they were very efficient evil geniuses. Yeah, I don't buy it. It's not a conspiracy because it's worked too well. It's a cock-up. You might not like this, so take a seat, grip onto something firm. My local undertaker has been complaining for months because he is nothing like as busy as usual. Old folk are not going out and catching stuff that usually kills them and keeps him in business, says Louise in York. This one says, I was in hospital yesterday, the UTC department, and I had to look that up. UTC, Urgent Treatment Centre. I think you'll find that that's correct. I was in hospital yesterday. The Urgent Treatment Centre department was packed like a pub. Everybody was sitting down, you mean? Ordering a Scotch egg? I and about 10 other people decided to wait outside. It's always packed at this time of year. This says, the MPs on holiday are probably in their holiday homes in the sun by now, says Betty in Bromley. Yeah, I bet they are. Scarpered as soon as they possibly could. It's interesting, isn't it, that Parliament, the recess starts on Thursday. Who starts holiday on Thursday? I don't think they actually ever do anything on Friday. And Thursday's a half day for them. Worth every penny, no?
No.
This says, what tier has the A to Z been put into, says James. It's a tier unto itself. Let me repeat. The A to Z starts on Christmas Eve at 10 with the letter A. Let's start at the very beginning, eh? 0345 6060 973. Here is a call in beautiful Bodmin. Malcolm. Oh, Malcolm.
Oh, sorry, Nick. Sorry about that, mate.
Yes, sir.
Nick, I'm going to go for a cock-up with a hint of conspiracy.
Right.
Boris Johnson, very tentatively, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, promised by Christmas, hopefully, we should be on the straight and narrow.
Did
Not
he?
having a clue what he was talking about.
Did he?
His press conference last week, he stood there, Nick, for goodness knows how long. He opened his mouth, and the medic completely contradicted him. Sentence after sentence after sentence that Boris spoke. People are phoning in, Nick, and they're saying, my Christmas is ruined. I mean, Nick, come on. Christmas isn't cancelled. Christmas can't be cancelled. Christmas is the 25th of December. It always has been. It always will be. 5 people can sit in a home. That's mum, dad, 3 kids. Or mum on her own and 2 kids. Dad on his own with 1 kid. Whatever the family is constituted from this. And that, my friend, is Christmas. Christmas will never, ever be cancelled. And Bozo has to get it in his head. And for Bozo to say to Keir Starmer, you're the Grinch, well, the people need to grab hold of that. But they needed to realise that the Grinch, Nick, doesn't come into this. Christmas isn't cancelled. It never ever will be. It will be what people are faced with. End of. And as for MPs, especially the likes of the chairman of the 1922 committee, who say, come on, Boris, you have to open up. I mean, that man isn't fit to be in politics. Graham Brady, his name is. He is a disgrace to politics, a disgrace to Britain. He should be thrown out of Parliament and never allowed back in, because anybody who says to the Prime Minister of the day, who's faced with what the people of Britain are faced with, Nick, that you must open up, Boris, or, you know, we're going to lose votes, then, man, where are we, Nick?
Well,
Where
I don't think he said it because he may have thought it, but he didn't say because we're going to lose votes. I think the overriding concern is what happens to the country's economy, because the economy isn't just some vague notion. It's not an ephemeral idea. It's people's lives.
That's right, Nick. And the economy is the people. So if you're Joe Bloggs up the road who's been furloughed, you're Joe Bloggs who will be paying more tax in the future for the furlough money you've just been given. It's not Boris Johnson or Graham Brady or the Chancellor saying, hey, look, guys, look at what we're doing for you. What they're doing is they're saying to the people, we can't allow you to go to your workplace because if we do, you and several other people could die. What we're going to do is we're going to save you and your family and your friends and relatives and me and everybody else, Nick Abbott and everybody else. We're going to save you for another day so that you can live and pay taxes and carry on with your lives into perpetuity. And that's where we're at, Nick. It's not the government. It's not the Chancellor, Nick. It's the country who are being paid for being at home or being paid for working.
Some are being paid some of what they would have earned, which is not enough for a lot of people.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right, Nick. So who are you blaming for that? I blame, again, the Boris Johnson and the Chancellor, because the number of people, Nick, who have been left out, they are few and far between, but they're a sizable number. And why are they left out? Why doesn't the Chancellor say, look, whatever we give the average furloughed worker, we'll give it to a self-employed worker or person who takes the most of their money in dividends. We'll just give them exactly the same as that, and then everybody's off our back. And I go back next to the point that it's not Boris Johnson, it's not his father, it's not the Queen, it's not anybody of any, note who is paying this money back. It's all the people in Britain who pay taxes, now and in the future who will pay this money back. So I don't know why anybody moans about, the country is going to rack and ruin, people should be working, let's get them back to work. All this nonsense.
I'm sorry, Malcolm, but that notion rather forgets the point that you have to have a job to pay tax in the future, and millions of jobs are being wiped out.
It's been those jobs are being done now. Are you honestly saying that all of the jobs that people are doing now are not going to be needed in the future? I would put £1 to a pinch of salt on the fact that, all right, those people can't work now, but when, as you say, in 1 year, 5 years, 6 years, when the vaccine works its way through, that all of those people will be back in work, because 5
or 6 years, they might not be back in work in the work that they had trained to do. There are a lot of people who are very, very skilled and whose jobs used to be valued, who are now skilled at something that has no value at all.
No, but soon, Nick, those jobs will be back and they will be valued.
You don't know that. I mean, get lost, Malcolm. If somebody starts a business, say they started a business in the 1950s, and their parents started a business, and they worked for years and years and years, and finally, they made a success of it. Now, there will have been many hundreds of thousands of people who had a similar experience, and they failed, because businesses do not always succeed. A small number of businesses do, and they were one of the lucky ones. And they weathered the storm of various recessions, and they managed everything that came their way, and they finally made some sort of success of it after decades of trying, and they passed the business on to their children. They grew the business, and it was a viable concern. And then this thing came along, and it turned it out like a light. Those people, what are they going to do? You can't start from scratch and bounce back to where you were before. And so the people that were doing that business will now be looking forward to delivering pizza on a moped for a living. What about people who are musicians, for instance? Anybody that works in the arts. You used to play the flugelhorn in an orchestra, which is a very skilled thing to do. It's a skill that had value. You were earning a decent living. You had a dinner jacket and a bow tie and everything. Now, orchestras, they can't give it away. I mean, literally, because you're not allowed to go and see them. What are they going to do? Having trained their entire lives to be experts at their chosen instrument, a skill that used to be valued and now is valueless. What are they going to do? They're going to go be a bricklayer, or a delivery van driver for Amazon, or going to work in a warehouse. Oh, they may have jobs in the future, right enough, but it's not the ones that they trained for, and it's not the ones that they hoped for, and it's not the ones that they used to have. So to just blithely brush that all aside, Malcolm, is just not good enough. I'm sorry. Oh, this says, worryingly, the only place you can Christmas shop in the whole of London, Essex and Kent is Colchester. Shops may be busy, says Lee. Yeah, why does Colchester get a pass? And why does Waverley get a pass? And what about Ulchester or something? What's it called? Uttlesford. There's no such place. Uttlesford. Tendring. Nonsense. They just made it up. But anyway, if those places do exist, then they get a pass too, for some weird reason. This says, Nick, a recession is a temporary economic decline in GDP for two successive quarters. A depression is a downturn in the economy for 3 or more years. Yeah, well, get set to be depressed. Walthamstow. Hello, Claire.
Hello.
Claire.
Hiya. Hi, Nick.
How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. So, I wanted to talk about Boris and what he's done to us in London.
Yes.
Not happy.
Not happy?
Not happy at all. I can't see my mother. I've gone down to Clacton today to see Millie, my sister. And I'm just not happy with it. I just feel... I don't know what to feel, really. I just don't know. I want to see my mum for Christmas.
Okay, well, Zoom. I recommend Zoom. I was doing that with people at lunch over the course of the summer, when we couldn't go out. And it is like being there, much more so than a phone call. Get their face on your phone and you'll feel much, much better, Claire. All right. 0345 6060 973. This says Christmas is usually a big disappointment anyway, especially the TV programmes, which can cause severe mental health issues, says Martin. Well, if by that you mean boredom, yes, you're right. I haven't looked ahead. I mean, I don't look forward to it at all, but I haven't looked ahead in the schedules yet to see what's coming our way on Christmas. But I'm not holding my breath. I'm not expecting anything positive, anything good. I mean, is there anything good? I don't mind spoilers, but I seriously doubt it. I would expect The Great Escape, Sound of Music. I mean, all of these are good films, of course, but how many times can you see them? About 50, 60 times? After which you don't want to see them anymore? Probably another musical. I don't know, Mary Poppins. Something like that. And there'll be the big reveal on Christmas Day, which you'll have seen already, I bet. Oh, Superman will be on during the day, stuff like that. Ugh, same old, same old. The thing is that there aren't really any major television programmes that we make here anymore that could be made into a Christmas special. I mean, there isn't Malcolm and Wise anymore. There isn't the Two Ronnies, or even Dick Emery or Stanley Baxter, stuff like that. There used to be big events in TV land. I mean, there isn't anything like that anymore, is there? It's celebrities that you've never heard of baking cakes. Now you can stuff it like a turkey. This says it's Randy's fault from South Park. I don't really get that. I mean, I know South Park and I know Randy from South Park, but I don't really understand the reference. Maybe I'm just behind in the storyline. Let's have Kent, Sevenoaks. Joyce.
Hello. You will have to forgive me if I've got anything wrong here, but I have got a younger sister that's physically and mentally handicapped. We have carers come into her 4 times a day. I would think I could probably count on my fingers the amount of times that she's been out this whole year. Because most of the time she's been at home because not able to go out.
Yeah.
Because there's nowhere to take her. Either you sit outside of a drive-in McDonald's and have a coffee, or a Costa somewhere in a car park in the freezing cold.
Right.
And it's not really any good for somebody in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Don't you have parks around you?
Nowhere that's got anywhere that you could kind of sort of take her to, where you could park the car and then wheel her to that, a carer could get a wheelchair to very easily.
Really? You got no parks in Sevenoaks in Kent?
We're not actually Sevenoaks. We might come under Sevenoaks code, but we're not Sevenoaks.
Right, okay. Well, I guess you know your area better than I do. It seems unusual that you wouldn't have some sort of green space that you could go to. But anyway, go on.
Well, basically, what I was really sort of coming to, apart from her disability and everything, I mean, she suffered a lot of mental health issues because of being home for so long and not being able to go out. And she started to look forward to Christmas. We put the Christmas stuff up a little bit early, like a lot of people did, and she loves Christmas. My parents have always,
of course.
My mum always loved Christmas.
Who doesn't love Christmas?
But at the end of the day, not just her, but how do you suddenly tell not just people with a disability, but even a young child, that perhaps because I have been briefly tonight to pick up some things, because I suddenly heard this afternoon everything was shutting down tonight.
Yeah.
And I had to get a taxi to go to Bluewater to pick up items that I'd got for her for Christmas, so that she's got something
to open on Christmas Day. Yeah, I get it. But Christmas hasn't been cancelled.
Oh no, not in that respect. But what I was saying is we had friends that we're going to be able to come over that we regularly see.
Right. So Zooming, I see Zooming in your future. Just get them on your mobile phone and you'll see their face and you can spend hours with them, just as you would if they were around a table.
Just one issue with that. My husband and I are both registered blind. I do have a computer, but I don't quite know how that kind of setup works.
Well, then put them on. Get them on the phone and put them on speaker, maybe.
But I just think that all these lockdowns we've had right through the year. The first one was kind of like a few days were given for it to happen. Then this other lockdown in November wasn't really much of a lockdown at all because most places were still open.
Yeah.
And then
so you're saying that they're saying there should be notice of a lockdown. Is that what you're going to say? But that doesn't make any sense if the intention is to stop the virus from spreading. You don't say we'll do it in a week, because then he will justifiably get it in the neck from people that are saying, well, what's going to happen in the course of that week? It'll be spreading like wildfire. I mean, apparently they just found out yesterday, so he says, that this thing is apparently 70% more likely to spread than it was before. And so it doesn't make any sense to do anything other than lock down immediately if we are going to lock down. It wouldn't make any sense at all to lock down at some point in the future. I mean, I understand your frustration, Joyce, but if that's where we're going, indoors, then the only thing that makes any sense at all is to do it straight away, not later. But thanks for that, and I wish you all the best. This says, don't you know why that guy... I don't know, rather, why that guy Mike was getting so huffy about boiling cats. Oh, God, I'll read the rest of it in my mind, so just in case. Oh, okay. East Yorkshire isn't that far away from where they tried and hanged a shipwrecked monkey, thinking it was a French sailor. Not all that long ago, says Reg in Lancs. How far we've come, eh? God. Imagine how bad World War I and World War II would be on phone-ins. Never mind COVID, it's bad now, but the world will get over it eventually, says Richie. Well, maybe we will, and maybe we won't. You know, I've said it out loud several times, and I hesitate to say it again, but this is a relatively benign virus. It is. MERS and SARS, you remember them? They were hits from the past, and they were taking about 15 or 30%, depending on which one it is. I can't remember which was which. Doesn't really matter. 15 or 30% of the people that got it died. This is taking about 1%. Maybe not even that. And the people that are dying from it were likely to die of something else within the year anyway.
Care what this guy thinks?
No! This one says, it sounds like Dominic Cummings is still pulling the strings. Has anyone seen him lately? Could he have sneaked back into number 10 through the back door, says Sue. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he didn't have some element of control still, wouldn't you? Doesn't look or sound like the sort who would just give up the reins like that. This says if you vote for a man who hides in a fridge, you get what you vote for. Yep, we knew what we voted for, apparently. Yeah, we saw him hide in the fridge to avoid unpleasant questions, and we voted for him anyway. I guess we deserve everything we get. Let's have Manchester. Hello, Graham.
Good evening, young man.
Graham.
Did you and Mr. Trump having a go at Boris then?
Well, I heard it on the news. Yeah.
About the lockdown. I think Trump's brains had a lockdown, to be honest, many years ago. Well, can I make a couple of points, please? I've been isolated now since February.
Wow. What do you mean by isolating?
Not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere?
No.
You haven't been allowed to. You haven't been anywhere since February?
Apart from the hospital for the cancer treatment, no.
Right. Blimey.
And the only person I speak to face to face on a weekly basis is the guy from Morrison's who delivers my groceries.
Right.
And to be honest, I don't think I've got Boris to thank for the fact that there's a virtual lockdown throughout the country. although I wouldn't allow him to run a bath. I think the way it's been running the country is a disaster.
Yes.
But the people who are to blame are the numpties who pack themselves into Borough Market night after night and throw as much alcohol down the necks as possible, and then spend an hour puking up on the pavement.
Well, it doesn't sound like the borough. It doesn't sound like the Borough Market I know.
Well, it is. That's what it's like. I've got friends who send me videos of it.
Well, I very much doubt that, Graham.
Oh, you doubt whether they send me videos?
Yes.
Oh, right. Well, you can call me a liar if you prefer to.
No, I think you're just you're exaggerating to make a point.
No, I'm not exaggerating to make a point. I am not. Leicester Square's the same.
It isn't.
It is. Well, ask the guy who answers the phone. He agreed with every word I said.
Graham, I am speaking to you from Leicester Square.
Yeah, but yes, and people don't get drunk in Leicester Square night after night.
No, Leicester Square has been deserted for as long as I can remember.
Well, it's a different Leicester Square then, isn't it?
No, it's the same Leicester Square. So, like I said, you're exaggerating. And neither is Borough Market as you just described it. Chris in Bournemouth says a recession is where your neighbour loses a job, and a depression is where you lose your job. That's a good point. Yeah. This says, why is it when the restrictions go up in the southeast, the noise of the morning goes up a couple of notches? What does that mean? Why is it when the restrictions go up in the southeast, the noise of the morning goes up a couple of notches? I don't get what that is. What were we talking about? I was skint before the lockdown, it says. I'm skint now, and I'm sure I'll be skint after, says Mark. Yeah, well, that's life. If you got born rich, then you probably will stay rich. If you got born poor, that's probably the rest of your life. There's not much. There's not much movement between those tiers. That's for sure. 0345 6060 973. Are you still hanging on there, Graham?
Yes, I was going to tell you what it's like in Manchester.
You've already tried to tell me what it's like in London, and you got it completely incorrect in every respect.
Well, you can shout me down if you like.
I am shouting you down because what you're saying is not true. I've got friends that send me videos of people throwing up in Borough Market every day. Come off it. I think you've delighted us enough, Graham. Let's have Seven Oaks. Peter.
Hi, Nick. Sorry to trouble you like this. I'm a night driver at Putney Garage.
What kind of driver?
Bus driver.
A bus driver, right.
Yeah, okay. We're looking at 250 to 300 ravers at the back of Sainsbury's car park, Putney High Street. There's a heli in the sky right now, and up to 30 police cars and vans. So I thought that'd be news for you.
Yeah, okay, well, hot news. They're having a party.
Yeah, having a party, all right. Yeah,
a party in Putney High Street.
Well, on the back of Putney High Street, the back of Sainsbury's car park, I believe.
Right.
But the police don't help with their lights flashing because that adds to the atmosphere.
Well, that is a good point, yeah.
I just getting back to myself, my job as a bus driver.
Yeah.
People are not adhering to putting masks on. They don't care at all.
See, I don't buy that. Everywhere I go, people are wearing masks.
No, honestly, Nick, when I tell you this at night time, I poured a couple on it. I said, put your mask on, you know?
Yeah.
Bad language was said, no way they went upstairs. There is no backup with TfL really boarding the buses or looking after people in that sense. You know, you can put a tannoy message over, but that's as far as it goes.
Right. Well, people are, over the period that we've been suffering all of this, people are bound to, well, not all people, but a significant number are bound to chafe against the restrictions. Of course they will. It's bound to happen, which is why countries that have asked less of their people have not necessarily have had a better result as far as deaths are concerned, but they've had a better result as far as quality of life is concerned. If you keep locking people in, you can't remove people's freedoms and expect them to just accept that forever, which is what we're looking at now. I mean, there's no end to this. I mean, they say, oh, the virus, we got the virus, don't worry about a thing, the virus is coming. It could be 2 years. Like I keep saying, do the maths. if everyone's got to get it twice, and you do 1 million a week, as unlikely as that sounds, that this government would get their act together to do 1 million vaccinations a week, impossible thought, but let's assume that they can, it would still take 2 years to vaccinate 80% of the population. So we're going to be living with this for a long time. There is no end in sight. They keep saying, oh, Easter, don't worry about it. Easter, it'll all be over. No, it won't. I can't imagine the circumstance in which that would be true. So we're looking at this as an endless process. And so, of course, some people, not everybody, but some, are going to think, oh, God, I just can't take it anymore. What amazes me is how many people are being, are adhering to the rules, this new way of living, which is completely alien to all of us. I'm amazed that we're taking it so well. Of course, you will point out some people. There's videos all over the internet of people walk into supermarkets or pubs and bars or whatever without a mask and insist that it's their right, I can do what I want. Of course, there are going to be people like that, just as before the virus, people who had absolutely nothing wrong with them would park in a disabled bay just because it was the nearest spot to the store. I mean, there's morons everywhere. We're surrounded by them. But overall, I think we've been amazingly well behaved, don't you? I mean, if you had predicted before this happened that if you had predicted the year that we've just gone through, you would also probably have predicted that there'd be riots in the streets, there'd be buildings on fire, that general misbehaviour would be all over. But it's not. We're calm. The law is being adhered to, pretty much. In fact, we're more orderly than we are ordinarily. Crime is down, for crying out loud. Isn't that incredible? I'm amazed at how well we've taken it. I don't know how long that we can keep this up, but we should be congratulating ourselves, clapping ourselves on the back.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. But thanks for the good news. Well, the bad news there, Peter. They're having a rave in Putney. It's probably the first time that sentence has ever been uttered out loud. Putney. I used to live in Putney. And excitement is not the word that comes to mind when I think of that place. It's nice, but I don't think rave, no. But they're having a party in the car park of a supermarket on Putney High Street. Well, I suppose we'll be reading about that under the headline COVIDiots in the Mail tomorrow, if that is in fact the case. Thanks a lot, Peter.
Hello there, Nick. Lovely to speak to you again.
James.
I think there is an explanation for what we're seeing. I think, I was telling you, producer, I think it's because the people in the south behave better than the people in the north. I think that's why we've seen better numbers in the south than we have up north.
But we don't, though. You say the people in the south behave themselves better than the people in the north. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's what we've been seeing.
Yeah, but the numbers are... The south is under tier 4.
Are they?
Oh, my God. The news is just filtering through. Maybe he's just come from that rave in Putney. Are they? Are they, he says, from the epicentre of where Tier 4 is being imposed. It says, just heard the government were thinking about announcing a new intermediate tier before going into Tier 4. It was going to be called Tier 3.1415927. And it would mean that only pie shops could be open. Oh, a listener with material. It was a maths joke. Funny, no?
No.
Terry in Tower Hamlet says, Christmas Day, Sky Arts, The 7 Ages of Elvis. 7? I can think of 2. Before and after he got fat. Where do you get 7 from? Still, it will be full of... rock and roll! No doubt about that. My favourite Christmas song, well, I've got 3 favourite Christmas songs, and the big one, the one that lasts the longest, is Elvis. I think it's the best rock and roll Christmas song. It's also the best Elvis song, well, my favourite anyway. It's a blues song that lasts about 6 minutes, 6-7 minutes, something like that. It may also be the longest Elvis song, but it's excellent. And it sounds live as well. It sounds like they recorded it live. Very, very good indeed. I'll tweet it out there or thereabouts, Christmas-ish. And there's also Oh Little Lamb, which is sort of a carol type of thing. And what's the other one I always tweet out? There's the Elvis one. There's Oh Little Lamb. There's another one. It'll come to me. Let's have Dorset. Teresa.
Hello?
An ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, Teresa.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Excellent. I just want to say that love the show, but anyway, apart from Boris losing the plot a bit, I think that most of the people in the UK are actually losing the plot, because from what I've seen of people going out, not social distancing, not doing anything, I think it's our fault.
Whose fault?
And the general public, like myself.
Right. Like your son, did you say?
No, like ourselves, I'm saying.
Oh, ourselves. Well, you speak for yourself, dear. I've been a good boy, I have.
And so have I. But what I've seen is, like, kids going into the little local store where I go to without parents. And I said to the shopkeeper, oh, is that okay? They said, well, we can't do much about it. The same about, I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that people aren't doing the masks, the self-distancing or anything.
Well, I don't see that. Everywhere I go, people are wearing masks, especially indoors. I mean, even in the streets, people are wearing masks.
Yeah, well, not down here in Bournemouth.
Oh, well, you should have said Bournemouth.
No, and what I'm saying is that I actually spoke with a couple of friends this evening, and one of them said to me, he's 75 and he's got grandchildren and children, and I said, oh, how are they going? And he said, oh, they're going out to a club tonight.
A club? Said, there's no such thing as a club that is open now. They're all shut.
I know, that's what I said to him. So I think he probably meant like a pub or something. But so they're going out, and I do know that from around the area down here that lots of young people are out on the streets at night, because when I take my little dog out in the morning, there's broken glass, there's like stuff all over the place. It's another world, actually.
Right. It's starting to sound like a Grandmaster Flash song. Broken glass everywhere.
Sorry?
People on the streets like we just don't care.
Oh, was that Debbie Harry, wasn't it?
No.
Oh.
No. Not Debbie Harry. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five.
Groovy. Oh, excusez-moi.
Yeah, you are excused.
No, but what I'm saying is that, no, I just want to take it a little bit more seriously, actually. I know you're not that serious, but people aren't doing what is expected.
Well, not everybody, but I think most of us are doing doing our bit.
75% of us are, including myself.
Well, you can't expect kids to have their lives taken from them and to be legal, decent, honest and true 100% of the time. It's unreasonable to expect that. You can hope for it, but not expect that will be the case. Because they're at the peak of their of their wanting to socialise. I mean, it's all right for if you're 60 years old, then you probably have lived long enough not to like people anyway. So you don't mind sitting at home on your own, grumbling about how awful things are. But if you're a kid, you want to go out, you want to have fun, you want to meet people and, maybe have a smooch or something every now and again.
Disgusting.
That's what kids are like. Can you remember back that far? I know I can. So it just seems unreasonable to expect teenagers, for instance, to accept being locked in. Because for a year, if you're 70, a year will go by like that because it's a small fraction of the time that you've been alive. But if you're 17, oh my God, a year lasts forever. But I think that I continue to be surprised at how well we're taking it. Have I done a break? Have I done the break yet?
Pardon?
Have I done the break yet?
We're going to the break do the break.
Yeah, do you want me to do the break now?
Yes, please. That'd be lovely.
Wouldn't that be great?
This is LBC.
COVID-19 remains highly contagious, and even people without symptoms can spread it. So we need to keep washing our hands when we get home. Keep wearing our face coverings on the train. Keep making space at the shops. And now we're indoors more, we should let fresh air in to help blow COVID-19 particles away. Let's keep doing all we can to protect each other and help stop the spread. Remember, hands, face, space, and let fresh air in.
I'm Carol, owner of Be Happy Eco Products on eBay. I make colourful beeswax wraps that replace cling film. eBay allows me to work from home and helps to spread my eco message far and wide with every sale. It's been wonderful to use eBay as a platform to get my products out there and have my own business.
Brilliant things happen when you buy from real people. Buy, sell, eBay.
When Co-op members buy our irresistible all-butter luxury mince pies, deep filled with rich spice fruits, we'll give back to your local community. We can all do our bit this Christmas. Co-op, it's what we do. 2p for every £1 spent goes to communities. T's and C's apply. Visit coop.co.uk/membership.
Global Player is the official LBC app. Download it from your app store now for free or go to globalplayer.com.
Just the flu. You hear people say it every year. But if you have a chronic lung condition like COPD, bronchitis, emphysema, or asthma, there's no just about it. Flu is a virus that can cause serious complications for you. That's why we give you the flu jab free. It's your very best protection. Ask your pharmacist or GP today. NHS, we're here to help you protect against flu. Help us help you.
2020. It's certainly not been an easy year, but as it draws to a close, let's try to make this Christmas the best it can be. You can start by shutting cyber criminals out. Before you head online to do your gift shopping, visit cyberaware.gov.uk for some practical steps to help protect you from cybercrime. From creating stronger passwords to updating your devices. And enjoy a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Get secure online at cyberaware.gov.uk.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Oh, hello. This says, we managed to vaccinate 137,000 a week so far. So by my calculations, that's 800 weeks or 15 years to vaccinate the entire population of the UK, says Mary. Oh, my God. 15 years. What? Yeah, I'm not sure we can wait that long. 0345 6060 973. Bromley, hello, Luke.
Hi, Nick.
Luke.
I think you need to go back to eBay, the Co-op, and the government, because you gave them double adverts. You realise that? You did adverts at 8 minutes past.
Oh, did I? Oh, well, yeah. See, that's not my fault. This show was like this when I got here.
Mark it down, charge them again. Anyway. Yeah, you're just saying that at 15 years. I worked out that at 4 tiers per year, in 15 years, we'll be on tier 60. So,
right, I can't imagine what that's like. I think that would be us chained to the radiators.
Nick, I think this is Boris's idea that by the time it comes to election time, we'll be so locked down, so many tiers up, that we're not going to be able to go out and vote.
Yeah, probably, yeah. That's his little scheme. Yeah, we'll just have to carry on regardless.
That's right. I'll tell you what, just putting the bins out, we're going to have to put on yellow suits with like pipes coming out of the, everything on the back.
Hazmat suits, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So I just suddenly realised, today's a happy lockdown, by the way, because we're officially past midnight.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I've just realised that we are into that final week, the final day where Brexit was supposed to be decided, remember?
Yeah.
In the extra 1 week.
Here's the positive aspect to the new Tier 4 lockdown. We haven't been talking about fish tonight.
No fish.
This show has been a fish-free zone up to this point. Let's keep it that way, eh?
Yeah, that's right. And we've got Mac on, who's obviously down with the coronavirus, and he can't go on about the fish.
You know what this is going to actually affect? It's like one way or the other. It's about to get much, much more difficult to get from this country any goods that you might have into France, because they're going to be looking over at us, this diseased island, and they won't want anything to do with us.
Didn't they get the bad wave about a month ago?
Oh, France?
Yeah, like November time. They had a big wave of it going through.
Yeah, well, didn't everybody?
And the other thing I was thinking of, today they announced what they announced, with no figures at all, really, let's face it. We haven't seen the evidence yet properly. But do you remember, we had evidence last time, and about 2 weeks later they realised that it was all based on old evidence, and it shouldn't have been a lockdown.
Right.
So I'm just wondering how evidence this one is. Is it justified?
Approximately how much evidence have you got?
Yes, and based on what modelling, and is the model based on something which is just a tiny little squeak in the little graph? Because we know that the hospitals, okay, they're not great, but like our local hospital in Bromley, Princess Royal University, it's got 500 beds, 57 people with COVID. That's not huge amounts. I mean, it's not good.
No, the differences of opinions of people who work in and out of the NHS about what it is that's happening in hospitals is really bizarre. I mean, some people are saying, and these aren't just these aren't just people who wander in and out or just have a random opinion that they just plucked out of the air. I'm talking about people who oversee giant departments in huge hospital trusts who are telling me that they have had a really quiet year and that their staff have so little to do that they're actually wandering around. Yes, exactly. They're wandering around looking for stuff to occupy their time. And on the other hand, you hear people that say, well, we're up to our eyeballs and our hospital is about to explode. So it's either one or the other, not both. But I'm sure that the government knows what it's doing, Luke.
When they talk about infection... Are you with me? So when they talk about infections going up...
Yeah.
Infections are one thing. We need to talk about hospitalisations. We need to talk about people who are on ITU beds, intensive care.
Right.
And death.
And apparently those beds are less full than they would ordinarily be without the virus. That's what we're led to believe from one source, and then another source will tell you that we've never had it so bad. So,
hello, Nick.
Yes,
how are
sir.
You?
Good, thanks.
Good morning. So I've been on LBC a couple of times, and I kind of wanted to do things a little bit more concisely with my call. Can I go through 2 points in a tweet?
All right.
Perfect. So my first point of why I kind of called in is I believe this is kind of a setup for our freedoms continually being eroded. So I believe to one of your callers who was just on, I think it was the 2 callers before, I can't remember her name, but she's saying it's our fault that everything's going wrong. It's our fault. And I completely agree. Every single time that a lockdown has gone wrong, the government says it's our fault and we need to do it again. It's happened with the first lockdown, it's happened with the second lockdown. And so what the kind of bigger picture is that the government is going to say, well, London, everyone's left and everyone will continue to leave. I will be one of the people continuing to leave London, even though technically I'm still in Tier 4 and I'll be moving to another area. And then after Christmas, we'll suddenly go into another lockdown because this new strain of virus will become so prevalent throughout everything, we need to go into a national lockdown again. So that's kind of my first point. And then the second point is that I thought we were the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and we're a free country, yet there seems to be this massive redistribution of wealth happening. I thought in a free company, I could open a business and I could trade and I could try and create wealth for myself and my family, and I could try and, not live off the government. Yet we've got this kind of welfare state which is increasing with this furlough scheme, where people are continually, slowly getting onto that scheme, where slowly universal income will become something which just most people seem to have. Yet why can Amazon and Tesco and Sainsbury's and all these big businesses open up, and yet a local local card company can't? That just seems a bit crazy to me. And then thank you for giving me the time. I guess the last tweet, which I think is a bit crazy about this lockdown, is one from Cheryl Garrett. At Cheryl Garrett, she tweeted, "We are going to Birmingham tomorrow to pick up my mum to Kent for Christmas, to bring my mum to Kent for Christmas with her. She is housebound and 85. She has cancelled her carers and has no food in the house. My chance of sorting delivery for the next few days, no. What do I do now, Boris?
Right, OK, thanks a lot, Jaunty. 0345 6060 973. This says, I don't know why we have rose-tinted glasses on when we think of the so-called Great British Public. Tens of thousands flocking to the beach in the summer, hordes crashing small villages and towns in the West Country, no social distancing in the cities, a good percentage are not wearing masks, and if they are, they're worn around the chin. The public have to take some responsibility for the situation we find ourselves in. You think we deserve a round of applause, says Colette. Yes. Because, let me restate, if you had predicted everything that we've been through this year, all of the lockdowns, all of the people that have lost their jobs, the businesses that have folded, the people that have lost money, their livelihoods, their future, if you had predicted that, you would also have predicted riots in the streets, burning cars, buildings on fire, the police being pelted, and all the rest of it. And none of that's happened. I think we've been remarkably well behaved considering what we've just been through. But people expecting absolute perfection, you're dreaming. I think that all told, we've been very good. Well done, everybody.
Thank you.
Here is Belfast. Hello, John.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Nick, local paper, Belfast Newsletter, use this calculator to discover when you might have a vaccination.
Yeah.
My mother will be 94 next year, so out of curiosity, I put in the details. Here's what they tell me. Based on your profile, there are between 503,378 and 4,384,545 people in front of you in the queue for a COVID vaccine.
Oh, my God.
Given the vaccination rate of 1 million a week and an uptake of 70.6%, you should expect to receive your vaccination between the 22nd of December and the 18th of January.
What year?
2021, it says.
Right, so in a year's time.
The 18th of January 2021.
Oh, no, so it's January 2021, not December 2021. Are you sure about that?
No. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't seem very. That doesn't seem very likely, though.
Well, considering in Northern Ireland we've only done about 4,000 injections in 2 weeks.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Well, the best of luck.
Very much.
I think you'll need it.
We, just with these announcements, Johnson gave Wales gets back within 1 hour, Scotland gets back within 2 hours. 7 hours later, our erstwhile executives say, we must have a meeting with the executive and we will discuss this.
Right, okay. I'm not sure what you meant by that, but whatever it was, I concur or not, as the case may be. This says, I live in Tower Hamlets. During lockdowns 1 and 2, there was a club open. It had people queuing up outside every Friday and Saturday, says Darren. Well, I'm not entirely surprised. I think that what I've noticed is that the kids seem to have taken to bicycles and other forms of two-wheeled transport. That's their new clubbing. They get together in gangs and roam about, I'm sure they roam about your local area as well, but they seem to roam about London's West End. There's no end of gangs of kids just seem to cycle around. And at first, it just looked really weird to me. It looked like malevolent hordes of teenagers looking for trouble. But they don't appear to be looking for trouble at all. They're going out at night, like kids do. And they're on bikes, which kind of looks a bit strange. It makes them look, I don't know, cute's not quite the right word, but unthreatening. Kids on bicycles kind of looks unthreatening, particularly if they're on those magic skateboards. The ones that look like they're from Back to the Future. They're all lit up, and it looks like they're floating. As though by magic. But I think that's the new going out. cycling. Ipswich, Isabel.
Finally. Hello.
Isabel, where have you been?
Oh, I don't know. Apparently, I'm supposed to say I really love Boris, and I agree with everything he said. But really, it's just because they've just been saying the same thing over and over again for the last 9 months. You know, don't kill your loved ones by breathing all over them. And then they've got their little slogan, which is actually on screen, if you can be bothered to look at the screen when you're listening to the news.
Yeah, my face space, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Hands, face, space, hands. You know, you've got to wash your hands for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know, the tune to what is it, Happy Birthday or something?
Those things, they should clean them out, because every time I use one of those squirt things at the supermarket, it goes all the way down me. I look like I've had an accident.
Yeah, well, if you can get anything out of it anyway, it's a bit like working off.
Yeah, they're either empty or they release so much goo into your hands that you're still trying to wipe it off about 10 minutes later.
Well, there is that. I've got a spray. You can actually get sprays at the supermarket. You know, they're quite good.
A spray?
Yeah, at the supermarket to wipe the handles on your trolley, and and then they have tissues as well. You can wipe your handle.
Right.
No.
Well, I'll look
look
out for that.
Well, you obviously get deliveries.
No, I don't get deliveries. No, I do not like my food being delivered. I don't want it picked by anybody else. I want to pick it myself.
Oh, well, is this about Putney then? You know, it's like you lived in Putney, so it's obviously posh shops in Putney.
Well, I don't live in Putney anymore. What's posh shops got to do with it? It's supermarkets I'm talking about. I don't want anybody else picking my produce. I want to squeeze my own fruit. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot, Isabel, for that call, whatever it was about. Not too sure. Not too sure. I bet you aren't either. Kilmarnock. Hello, Mary.
Hi.
Mary.
Nick, long time no speak.
Ah, haven't I been lucky?
I thought I'd give you a ring just in case I'm called up for the border patrols.
Oh, yes, that's right. You've got to be vigilant.
Oh, do you know, Nick, you actually couldn't believe that this is happening. No script writer could write a script like it.
Well, you say that, but if you've been to the cinema at any point in the last 20 years, there would have been something on at your Cineplex that describes this exact scenario.
Yeah, what I'd like to know is Boris going to stick to the rules? Because he seems to have been flitting here, there and everywhere recently.
I'm assuming no.
And also a lot of his fellow politicians.
There will be, I guarantee it, at some point over Christmas, a leaked story about a minister who is sat around a table with 20 or 30 of his or her best mates.
Yeah, I think the highlight came today on one of the news things was that our chief medical officer, the second one.
Yeah. Well, the other one. They're very hard to tell apart. I don't know why they picked two blokes that look almost exactly the same, but anyway.
Yeah, they actually thought that they had, up here, our first one was a gynecologist, and this one apparently is a dentist.
Right.
And what he is now saying, that he's looking into vaccination certificates or passports being given to football fans so they can go to the matches.
Right, that's what the dentist is looking into. What's the gynecologist looking into? Don't tell me.
She resigned because she went twice to her holiday home.
Right.
What I just wonder with that is, are they going to have to microchip these fans as well?
Well, apparently microchips will be delivered automatically when you have your vaccine. Bill Gates is insisting on it. He will be controlling you like a robot.
Affirmative.
This one says, the trouble is that so many people have lost all respect for the government and so will no longer follow the rules. So many in power have broken the rules and no one ever gets fired, says Rachel in Oxford. They've broken the rules and nobody gets fired, eh, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
This says, listening to you in a cold Thailand this morning. I seriously doubt that. After months of being one of the safest countries on the planet, today in the papers they just announced 500 cases near a fishing village west of Bangkok, says Mark. And so during that break, I looked up Thailand on the World Wide Web. And you know what the weather is in Bangkok? well, you're not going to like it. You might want to sit down, grip onto something firm. The weather in Bangkok at the moment, 24 degrees and sunny. The high, 30. Tomorrow, 28 degrees and sunny. Tuesday, 29 degrees and sunny. Wednesday, 32 degrees and sunny. Thursday, 33 degrees. Oh my God, it's getting warmer. By Sunday, it's going to be 35 degrees and sunny. Every single day, nothing but sun. So you can shut right up about it, Mark. Cold. Some people don't know they're born, do they? Let's have Kensington and Chelsea. Mark.
Hi there, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I'm not the Mark sitting in the sun in Bangkok, by the way. Which
Good. Yes.
I kind of wish I was, but
that'd be great.
Oh, wouldn't it just? I just wanted to get on quickly and ask you about your notion that it would take 2 years to vaccinate the entire population, which I guess it would.
80%. 80% of the population. If they did 1 million a week, 2 years.
Wow. Now, here's my point, and I haven't heard anybody even posit it as a notion. They may well have done, but it really the vast majority of mortality as a result of COVID-19 is in the very old comorbid section of society, and surely once we have vaccinated the vast majority of that cohort, if you like, where the vast majority of deaths and serious illnesses has come from, surely that's it. I mean, okay, the job's not finished, but really we can all go back to normality. I mean, why would we wait until the entire 80% of the country? I mean, I looked up the statistics a little while ago, and one particular one from NHS England website really jumped out at me, in that on the 19th of November, for the whole of the year, 339 people under 60 had died in England as a result of COVID-19.
Yeah, until you get to about 80 years old, the graph is pretty flat, and then it goes up vertiginously like a rocket taking off.
Exactly, and the thing that really bothers me is that the government has come out with no strategy, no forward-looking plan to say, right, once we've reached a certain point of saturation in terms of the vaccine being delivered in that category of people, that people can, okay, this is when we're going to look to be able to have delivered this amount of the vaccine to the people that really matter, and the other 40 million people can start going back to normal. We've had nothing, have we? Absolutely nothing.
I don't believe that such a thing has even occurred to them, because there will always, of course, be people below the age of 80 years old who are significantly affected by it, who have other comorbidities, like you say, who are massively overweight, or they've got heart problems, or some other thing that has weakened them. So, it will be unacceptable for a government, probably, because the press will be all over them like white on rice, if they say that, okay, we've vaccinated 10% of the population, now the rest of you can go out and play. Because there will always be people who will come up, dead the next day, and the press will start screaming at them.
Where's the balance, though? Because I also read a very good article not too long ago, and I know you get people on this call show saying, oh, well, I read an article. But there was another one where Bristol University had done a study where they are saying that in excess of 500,000 people are going to die as a result of lockdown stress-related illnesses.
Correct.
I think they said something like 30 to 50,000 additional deaths because of misdiagnosis or delayed cancer treatment.
It's something like, for every 3 people that die of the virus, 2 people will die of the consequences of trying to fight the virus.
Yeah. So we have to have an adult conversation about the balance of risks here versus the cost of the policies that we're going to follow. And at some point...
it's impossible, because you just get shouted down. I mean, if the leader of the opposition is I agree with Boris, it's like that old Gordon Brown. You remember Gordon Brown, don't you? I agree with Nick. I mean, that's what we've got as an opposition. I agree. In fact, he just wants them to go harder, is his thing. But here is the logical consequence of what you're saying. If we could logically get by with 10% of the population being vaccinated and the rest of us could emerge from our cocoons, then what we actually need in the meantime until that happens is to isolate very strictly that 10% of the population.
Yes, and it needs to be done gradually, but there has to be a point where you say, right, the balance of risks has now shifted to the point where we now have to rebuild. And I'm not going to say build back better because it's driving me nuts. If I hear that again, I should go mad. But the real point is, at some stage we've got to say, yes, there is some residual risk to some individuals who are comorbid but perhaps don't know it, and that's really where perhaps the problem might lay.
Yeah.
But that's the same with any virus, because
it's the same with life. You don't get out of it alive. It's people are talking about this as though death has only just been invented.
Exactly, and I think we really need a strategy. Now the vaccine is here. Now it's being rolled out. Now we know exactly who it affects. We know roughly how it spreads. We know we've got a vaccine, and so surely to goodness they can come up with something better than these. And they're medieval. Lockdowns are medieval. That's what they used to do in the 13th and 14th centuries, and here we are 600 years later doing exactly the same thing. And it's absolutely bonkers.
Mark, I'm voting you as our next Prime Minister. Can you start on Monday?
I would love to, but I'm afraid
You're busy.
I'm very busy, and I probably wouldn't survive because I talk a bit too straight. And what is your feeling on it? Would you think that that's something that they need to do, or
it makes perfect sense to me. If you can vaccinate first of all the people that are most likely to be severely compromised by this virus in its current form. I mean, who knows what the next mutation will do? It could make it twice as deadly. Never mind about 70% more communicable. It could start taking out young people as well.
Well, I did read that viruses naturally mutate into more infectious but less virulent forms, and even Whitty has said that. That's quite natural. Nature's not stupid. It doesn't want to kill the host. It wants to live in it and thrive, and that's what viruses do. And when they're novel, when they're new, they do take out a cohort of the most vulnerable in any given population, and then once it's done that, it calms down and it becomes endemic, not pandemic, and most viruses calm down and they become part of just normal life, like the flu does every year. It kills tens of thousands of people every year.
It does, as does pollution, as does cigarettes, and we don't do anything about either of those two things at all.
We don't do anything about it at all. Like, if you look at everybody's talking about excess deaths, and when they say that, they're saying excess over the average. It's always over the average. Well, no year is average. That's the point of averages. Everything's got a high and a low, and if you look at the range in terms of mortality in the last 5 years, actually, it's not as bad as 2017, 2018, 2019.
Which was a particularly bad year. What's the opposite, by the way, of nominative determinism? Because Whitty, I don't find him funny at all.
No, I just thought the question was interesting. Whitty at the start was really good. He talked a lot of sense, and we all fell in love with him, didn't we?
He needs to introduce more jokes into his act because he's getting a bit stale. Here, Mark, I've got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. I don't know why I'm giving out the number because I'm leaving on a jet plane for. I'm not doing nothing of the sort. Nobody is. I'm going to go back indoors and put a bag on my head and sit in the corner. That's my Christmas. Strategy, he said.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy. I think you'll find that that's correct, eh, Boris?
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, we're doomed.